injuring 2. The bombers hid nearby and fired on those who came to investigate. On the 30th, what the military called Jewish thugs, the terminology part of a new tack to deny them any glamour associated with terrorist, exploded a mine beneath the Cairo-Haifa train, south of Haifa. A truck carrying ice was blown up in Rehovot on October 1st, and the day after that a parachute brigade truck was mined about a mile north of Hadera. 464. October 1947. At about 10:15 on the night of October 6, between 15 and 20 militants approached 2 Palestinian tents, spread out into a semicircle around them, and indiscriminately opened fire into the tents with 160 rounds, a prelude to the three-pronged assault, known as Plan Dalit, that would depopulate Palestinian villages in a few months' time. Neighboring Palestinians fled for safety, but the attackers killed 2 more in their escape. Despite the increasing anti-Palestinian violence and scattered incidents of Palestinian backlash, the arrival of October failed to usher in the prophesied Palestinian revolt. Disappointment among Zionist leaders, whose plans to conquer Palestine in the name of self-defense required a Palestinian threat, was sufficiently visible that it was noted in a British military report for the fortnight ending October 10. The Jews continue to exhibit signs of anxiety because the lack of disturbances shows unexpected control by the Arab leaders over the masses. Whether or not the British were correct in attributing the lack of Palestinian reaction to Arab leaders, there was, in fact, a Palestinian attack that month, but not directed against Jews. In what the British military described as a token of disgust at U.S. behavior at the UN, an Arab committee of struggle claimed responsibility for a bomb that caused minor damage to the American consulate on October 13, a one-off with no follow-up. The Irgun tried a new ploy on October 18, inspired by Lehi's invention of explosive-laden pamphlets. It now displayed banners in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem rigged with explosives intended to blow up the workers sent to remove them. The 2 gangs were indeed in testimony of a sex worker. Jewish sex workers continued to be exploited as an espionage network. In November, at great personal risk, one testified to the British. November 1947. She and her colleagues did not cooperate willingly. They would be confronted by men identifying themselves as Stern Gang intelligence, though the British believed they were not Lehi, but were using the Lehi brand because it was even more frightening than Haganah or Irgun. The Jewish state, the women were assured, was imminent. Upon its founding they would be tried for sleeping with the enemy, convicted, and executed if not simply shot out of hand. Stern Gang intelligence was however giving them the opportunity to save their necks by becoming spies, since they have continual access to a large number of slightly inebriated and highly repressed officers and men, and thus to their information and their thoughts. As can be imagined, the British summarized, the average nightclub hostess, cafe girl, or prostitute falls readily and is able to furnish the organization with an astonishing amount of personal and official information concerning the activities of British Army personnel. Any one woman would mingle among different cliques of men, since they work at one place or another according to the amount of custom they bring to the management. A questionnaire was printed to guide the women in their task, one copy to be filled out after each patron. The form pressed the indentured spies to extract the expected military and personal information, and to use their conversation to identify any British who betrayed any sympathy with the cause and might be recruitable. The women were instructed to exploit your activities to the full to garner all information possible, to be clear and concise, and to comply strictly with instructions. Separate from that clinical reporting, they were also encouraged to offer any comments and opinions that might prove insightful, but these were to be strictly confined to the special remarks column. Every 10 days, Stern Gang intelligence would visit the women and collect their forms and replenish their supply. 466. November also brought an astonishing announcement from the Jewish Agency. It was forming an elite Mishmar force to stamp out terrorism. However, suspect the opportunistic timing. Just as the UN was deciding Palestine's future, the British nonetheless honored the agency's request to remove police and troops from the area in order not to interfere with the work of this anti-terror unit, which the agency said would be established within 10 days. No such force was ever established. 467. Police remain targets even in the lead-up to the United Nations vote. A Jewish police corporal was assassinated at his home in Jerusalem on the 3rd, and a constable was seriously wounded at the city's northern police station. In Tel Aviv, 2 police were shot from behind, left on the ground and ignored by the passing Tel Aviv public until the arrival of a British patrol 25 minutes later. Both died. After 2 suspects in a separate incident were brought to the APAC police station, about 10 Jews armed with pistols and submachine guns overpowered the station and released their comrades. On the 12th, 5 SID personnel in Cafe Haas in Haifa were sprayed with bullets from a Thompson submachine gun, killing 1 and critically wounding 3. A tip that day led the British to a Lehigh criminal school in a house in the Arianna area. The British burst in and took the thugs completely by surprise despite heavily armed sentries in a nearby orange grove. Lehigh men and girls jumped from the windows and doors, attacking with a variety of firearms, grenades, and bombs, but were overpowered. Among the Lehigh trainees were children of tender years, of which 2 Jewish youths and 3 girls were killed in the battle. Lehigh's first reprisals came on November 13 and targeted civilians, police, and soldiers indiscriminately. Its assassins murdered 4 civilians as they left Haifa's Arman Cinema, apparently because they were oil workers. 3 were employees of Shell Oil and the 4th worked for Saucony. At the time of the killings, the streets of Hadar, the British reported of that area of Haifa, were crowded with Jews, tens if not hundreds of whom must be able to supply information or even describe the murders. But the population. Lehigh was equally busy in Jerusalem that day. The gang threw a flash bomb and grenades into Jerusalem's Café Ritz on King George's Avenue while shooting 2 constables outside, killing 5 people and wounding 23. 2 soldiers walking in Colony Square in Tel Aviv, and 2 constables walking on Jaffa Road in Jerusalem, were murdered on the 14th. In Britain, town clerks throughout the country received Irgun leaflets posted from Tel Aviv warning that any interference in the Irgun's plans, whether by the British or the Arabs, would bring a campaign of terror to British shores. Meanwhile, the Hebrew Legion was formed in Britain, a group that MI3 described as the Jewish equivalent of the Mossaite Toughs, a reference to the British racial supremacist and Nazi sympathizer. The Legion was an extension of the American Hebrew Committee of National Liberation. The immigrant ship Aliyah beached in the early morning hours of November 16, transporting the agency's favored settlers, not the downtrodden of Europe, but some 300 carefully selected young Jews, earmarked and trained for service with Haganah. At 4:30 in the morning on November 20, a party of about 6 armed Jews entered an Arab house at Arianna and executed 4 Palestinians whom Lehigh accused of having tipped off the British to the location of its training school wrongly, according to the British, who denied that the Arab victims had been in any way connected with the discovery of the Stern training ground. A 5th victim died a few days later from his wounds. This time, some Palestinians retaliated, firing on a Jewish bus and a river boat, causing no deaths. 468. The big news for Palestine came on November 29. 1. Beit Kadima was a building complex in Jerusalem built by the British 2 years earlier for the families of British officers, but which was used to house the entire UNSCOP committee while it was in Palestine. 2. The PAL Matches website, in its listing of the July 23, 1947 Empire Lifeguard Samedi calls the vessel a deportation ship. Although the vessel had in the past been used to bring unauthorized immigrants to Cyprus to await entry under quota, it was now bringing immigrants to Palestine, not away from Palestine, and would have continued to do so, but the British had to cancel further immigrant Cyprus-Palestine trips due to the fear of another bombing. 3. Irgun records in Kister cite 2 Irgun attacks on trains in Europe in mid-August of 1947, neither corresponding to this attack whose time and place are well documented. One is on August 13 near Linz, which is roughly 165 kilometers from the Malnitz attack. The second is recorded as August 14 and simply in Austria. The author has not been able to corroborate these attacks. Statehood, the Archimedean fulcrum. In my view, the state, even if it is small, is the Archimedean fulcrum. Heim Weizmann to Benito Mussolini, Rome, February 17, 1934. Weizmann's point to the fascist dictator was that a Zionist state in part of Palestine would enable them to conquer the rest. F3. On November 29, 1947, the United Nations General Assembly passed non-binding Resolution 181, recommending the division of Palestine into two proto-countries separated by ethnicity, the larger for the minority Jewish population, the smaller for the majority Muslims and Christians. A small central region encompassing Jerusalem and Bethlehem would remain an international zone administered by the UN. The vote had been delayed while the Truman administration used, in the words of Under-Secretary of State Sumner Wells, every form of pressure, direct and indirect, to make sure that the necessary majority would be secured. 470. Resolution 181 was a capitulation to Zionist terrorism. UNSCOP had also proposed a single, federated state, which the Palestinians would have accepted despite concerns that, as recorded in British cabinet papers, it did not altogether close the door to eventual partition. The Zionists, on the other hand, would have begun an intensification of Jewish terrorism at such a decision, an intensification over the Zionist terror that had already brought Palestine to its knees and was now increasingly threatening Europe, making the single democratic state not capable of being enforced. Equally damningly, those deciding Palestine's future already assumed that the new Israeli state would disregard the partition anyway and, implicitly, that the Security Council would do nothing to stop it. The reason the UN awarded the Zionists such a disproportionately large land area under partition was in the hope that it might simply delay what they already assumed would be Israel's further conquest. The desire for expansion might develop earlier if the Jewish state occupied a smaller area and would be felt more strongly if the Jews were dissatisfied with the frontiers. 471. Thus the UN knew all along that even after capitulating to the terrorism in instituting partition with arbitrarily generous borders, Israel would still wage expansionist wars afterwards. Alexander Cadogan, a British statesman remembered for his opposition to appeasement of the Nazis, then the United Kingdom's representative to the United Nations, described the scheme as so manifestly unjust to the Arabs, that it is difficult to see how we could reconcile it with our conscience. Exploiting partition as a tactic had always been the Jewish Agency's plan. When partition was first seriously proposed a decade earlier, in 1937, Ben-Gurion assured the Zionist executive that in the wake of the establishment of the state, we will abolish partition and expand to the whole of Palestine. He wrote to his son Amos that the decisive question is, does the establishment of a Jewish state advance or retard the conversion of this country into a Jewish country? My assumption is that a Jewish state on only part of the land is not the end but the beginning. Our ability to penetrate the country will increase if we have a state. The accuracy of passages from this widely quoted letter has been contested by the Zionist watchdog Camera. In response, the editors of the JPS undertook a fresh, critical translation of the full original letter, and it is from that translation. Adolf Eichmann, visiting the Zionist settlements in October of 1937, heard much the same from his host, the Haganah's feeble polices. Once a state was secured, then the borders may be pushed outward according to one's wishes. 472. When in late 1941 Ben-Gurion left London for the United States, the British secretly searched his luggage and found a document entitled Outline of Zionist Policy, Ben-Gurion's Blueprints for the Future. In it he described how partition would be passively exploited. It would be an irreparable mistake to suggest partition, he reasoned, but rather, statehood should be extracted from the offer of partition. That state must then be enlarged at least to the Jordan River, and into Transjordan if possible. Perhaps most revealing, Ben-Gurion referred to Palestinians by the extraordinary phrase Arabs who happen to be in Palestine. The ethnic purity of his envisioned state was high on his to-do list. 473. By 1944, opposition to partition had hardened throughout all shades of Jewish opinion, as the chief secretary in Jerusalem put it, and in December of that year the Inner Zionist Council WCX and Asafat Hanavcharim passed resolutions that placed special emphasis on the rejection of Partition 474. Can we really believe, the British Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs asked rhetorically that year? More particularly after reading the newest memorandum of the Jewish Agency, that the Zionists will accept as final the frontiers as proposed? It seems inevitable that would fill their state up far beyond its capacity and so prove their need for more living space. 475. 1 month before the UN vote, the Jewish Standard published a full-page disavowal of partition. Whatever might be signed or pledged by the few Zionist spokesmen at the United Nations, the Standard argued, would still be subject to the resolute opposition to partition. That this extract is quoted. CJP's response to Camara's call for accuracy, Ben-Gurion and the Arab Transfer, in Journal of Palestine Studies, Volume XLI, Number 2, 245-250. And the struggle for the integrity of Eretz Israel in all of historic Palestine. The power and passion opposed to partition represent a force of Jewish public opinion of uncompromising resolve. 476. In London, the Jewish struggle equated partition with the final genocide of Jews and vowed that it would be fought to the end. In Palestine, Voice of Fighting Zion denounced partition with virulent broadcasts, and Tel Aviv Mayor Israel Rokach, part of the Jewish Agency Mainstream, headed a movement dedicated to fighting partition. In the U.S., the Zohar railed against the Jewish Agency for so much as discussing partition. Privately, however, even the Irgun and Lehi agreed with Ben-Gurion's pragmatism. Partition meant statehood, and statehood was the weapon to defeat partition and conquer the rest. 477. 1 month before the UN approved partition, the CIA warned that an Israeli state would never abide by partition, indeed that not even the more conservative Zionists would honor partition. Moderate Zionists would gradually take over all of Palestine west of the Jordan River, while the less moderate would fight to take over Jordan as well, along with parts of Syria and Egypt. 478. Arab representatives at the UN believed the rightfulness of their case to be self-evident, stressing that they were neither asking for favors nor basing their claim on anyone's promises. Their right to independence rested, rather, on the high principles which were to govern the organization of international relations and serve as the basis of the structure of modern civilization: the rejection of all ideas of conquest and recognition of the right of self-determination. U.S. intelligence officer Kermit Roosevelt agreed, testifying to the National War College in 1948, that most of the Arab arguments for their case in Palestine are taken from American and democratic thought. Ben-Gurion asserted that such principles were trumped by Jewish exceptionalism. It did not matter, he told the UN, that their alleged ancestors had left Palestine a considerable time ago, because we did not give it up. The preposterousness of his we ended passing unchallenged. To Arab negotiators, the claim seemed so fantastic as to scarcely need rebuttal. What should then be said when an effort is made to set the clock of history back by 20 centuries in an attempt to give away a country on the ground of a transitory historic association? Similarly, when Ben-Gurion repeated the argument that Jews would bring Arabs a more advanced civilization, Palestinian representatives could only say the obvious. Even if the premises on which this argument rests were true, an immoral argument justify any aggression by the more advanced nations against the less advanced. Roosevelt said much the same. If you are looking to determine the rights to a land on the basis of who could most efficiently develop that land, then you are going to have a pretty disastrous series of world shifts and revolutions. And if that was our theory, then on what grounds did we, for instance, oppose the Nazis? Nor, Roosevelt lectured, was the premise true. The Palestinians had always been self-sufficient and had been removed from the land by settlers receiving vast outside financial backing with no expectation of having to repay it. Only UNSCOP Sir Abdur Rahman treated Ben-Gurion's pronouncements at the UN hearings with any seriousness. When Ben-Gurion stonewalled Rahman's questions with non-sequiturs about British atrocities, Sir Abdur stood fast, telling him, we will not finish for 2 months if you go on in that way. I do not mind if we take 2 months or 2 years. Rahman, however, was not in charge. Ben-Gurion simply continued his oratorical obstructions until the compliant chairman changed topics. The Jewish agency leader told the committee that the relations of the Jews of this country cannot be judged by a rule applied to other countries, and accused any who disagreed with him of Nazism. There is only one reason that the people here say no, we will not let those Jews come back / he charged, and to identify that one reason, he segued to the Nazis and murdered Jews. His messianic comeback left unchallenged. He said that Jewish right to Palestine has existed for 3,500 years. 479. A few days before the UN partition vote, Tel Aviv Mayor Rokach significantly declared to the Va'ad Leumi that once statehood was achieved, his city would never be the Jewish capital. It would be Jerusalem, directly scuppering in advance the resolution they claimed to be endorsing. The day before the vote, the CIA reinforced earlier warnings. Zionists in Palestine will continue to wage a strong propaganda campaign in the US and in Europe. Even the more conservative Zionists will hope to obtain the whole of the Negev, Western Galilee, the city of Jerusalem, and eventually all of Palestine. The extremists demand not only all of Palestine but Transjordan as well. They settle for anything less, and will probably undertake aggressive action to achieve their ends. UNGA approves Resolution 181. The moment the success of Resolution 181 was announced, hysterical celebrations of victory broke out in the settlements, as Cunningham described the euphoria. Vast crowds of rejoicing Jews swarmed the streets, in the words of British intelligence, dancing and singing, as though they had won a war. The scenes in Jerusalem were reminiscent of VE Day, and continued with staggering endurance for almost 2 whole days. But these celebrations were not about having won a Zionist state in more than half of Palestine. They were, as Cunningham described it, because 181 was a preliminary step to a Jewish state in the fullest extent of its historical bounds. The Yishuv envisioned the present state only as a welcome forerunner of greater things, are still not satisfied with its size, hanker after the whole. Amid the celebrations, young Jewish volunteers with money boxes swarmed through the streets of Haifa, blackmailing the public into buying rapidly produced flags for large sums of money. In a second wave of this campaign, names were taken of those few who refused. The various Hebrew media varied in tact, but their message was consistent. The youth of the Yishuv, as the newspaper Haboker put it, must bury deep in their hearts the fact that the frontiers have not been fixed for all eternity. Meanwhile at the UN, Arab representatives whose request to have the legality of partition reviewed by the International Court of Justice had already been denied took advantage of a 24-hour reprieve granted them to put forth a conciliatory alternative. They proposed, in vain, a single democratic nation with what the Times described as a constitution similar to that of the United States. 480. Dec. 1947. Scattered ethnic violence marked the first several days after the UN vote. There were bombings of Palestinian homes, cafes, bus queues, and a cinema, and there was more of the anti-Jewish violence that had begun to resurface by mid-August when the UNSCOP recommendations were formalized. Most Palestinians, however, appear to have resigned themselves to the new dynamics, and wanted simply to get on with their lives. Cunningham described the initial Arab outbreaks as spontaneous and unorganized, more demonstrations of displeasure at the UN decision than determined attacks on Jews. The Arabs' main weapons, Cunningham pointed out, were sticks and stones, and the unrest would likely have subsided had it not been that the settlers ratcheted up the provocation. Until then, the Arab Higher Committee as a whole, and the Mufti in particular, wanted nonviolent resistance boycott and were not in favor of serious outbreaks. The British military cited several cases of Mukhtars of Arab villages visiting the adjacent Jewish settlements and insisting that they want to remain on friendly terms with their Jewish neighbours. 481. Palestinian violence against the British occupation, which had ceased by 1939, did resurface on a small scale, though the British security forces reported that it should not be considered, part of a deliberate plan, and in many cases the Mukhtars have apologized profusely for damage and casualties. The Arabs as a whole are loath to start hostilities. About 1,300 Palestinians in Gaza, Muslims and Christians, men and women, demonstrated peacefully on December 5, carrying banners that read "Down with Truman" and "Down with Partition." Near Khan Yunis, 3,000 to 4,000 Palestinians demonstrated for 4 hours and then sent a delegation to speak to the police. 1,000 Palestinians walked in peaceful procession in Kfar Saba against partition. 482. The Jewish Agency's defiance of Resolution 181 was visible within a week of the vote. As the Tel Aviv mayor had promised, the agency announced that a number of national institutions, including the chief rabbinate, would not be in Israel at all, but illegally in Jerusalem, in the unadministered international zone. British intelligence reports in mid-December already acknowledged the illegal appropriation of land in Palestine by the Jews in order to establish new settlements on land designated for Palestine, and that Ben-Gurion was collaborating with an Arab ruler, King Abdullah of Jordan. A scant 2 weeks after Resolution 181, still well before the 1948 war, the British already reported outright that the state promised to the Palestinians would doubtfully ever be that. It does not appear that Arab Palestine will be an entity. In Gaza on the 11th of December, an Arab was shot dead by 5 Jews apparently because he tried to stop the bombing they were about to carry out, as 3 of them were then blown up when the device they were carrying detonated. The same day saw a major anti-Jewish attack. Arab attackers killed 9 people in a convoy of Jewish buses on the Hebron Road on the way to the Gush Etzion settlements. The Irgun raided Tyre village on the 12th, killing 13 Palestinians, and it was likely the Irgun as well that bombed and completely demolished a Lebanese Arab bus in Haifa, killing 4 and injuring 30. 2 Haganah dressed as Arabs set fire to 2 buses and a car, and at midnight a party of Jews bombed Arab premises in Ramlah, killing 1. Jerusalem was the scene of similar attacks, where 4 Jewish youths hurled 6 grenades into 2 Arab taxicab offices, 1 cafe, and the street outside. That evening, Jews disguised as policemen and soldiers raided the Arab village of Shafat on the outskirts of Jerusalem, bombing 2 houses. The 13th of December began with the first of a series of 4 so-called flying bomb attacks by the Irgun. 2 bombs thrown from a speeding taxi at Palestinians at a bus by the Damascus Gate killed 7 immediately and wounded 54. Driving through central Jaffa, the militants threw a bomb into a cafe, killing 6 Palestinians, among them an 11-year-old child, and wounding 40, including 3 children. The cafe and an adjoining shop were destroyed. The Palestinian village of Yehudiya was next. 24 Jews disguised as soldiers attacked the village with brand guns, bombs, and hand grenades. 7 Palestinians were murdered, including a woman and children, and 7 more seriously injured. As the New York Times reported it, dressed in khaki uniforms and steel helmets, the attackers, coming from the direction of Petah Tikva, rolled into the village in 4 cars of British Army types. One group opened fire on villagers sitting outside a cafe while the rest of the invaders put time bombs against houses and threw hand grenades to discourage interference. In the morning of the 14th, Jews threw 2 grenades at an Arab bus in Jerusalem. The bombs missed the bus and exploded on waste ground, killing an Arab child. 1 passenger in the bus was injured. A second Arab bus was ambushed and gutted in the Galilee that morning, the assailants leaving behind a hat of Jewish manufacture and more explosive material. 2 days later, 2 sergeants walking in Zion Square were shot by Lehi, both died. On a terrace overlooking Lake Hula stood Qasas, widely considered among the most beautiful of Palestinian villages. On the 18th of December, its mixed Christian-Muslim population became the target of Palmach militants under Yugal Alon, future IDF general and Israeli statesman. The onslaught began at about 9 p.m., when 2 carloads of Haganah men drove through this northern village, blowing up houses along with their sleeping occupants, burying the victims in the wreckage where their bodies were found only today by police searches, as the New York Times reported the next day. 15 Palestinians, 5 of them children under 10 years of age, lay dead. No shots were fired by Arabs in reply, Cunningham reported, describing the Haganah massacre as no less than deliberate murder. The Haganah justified the attack as defensive, a reprisal raid, but this claim was dismissed outright by the British military, as the villagers did not use any firearms to defend themselves, and as far as is known, the village is not in possession of any. The British were correct. Zionist archives state that the massacre was undertaken by Alon for experience. Qasas was only partially depopulated by the Zionist army's 1948 purge, but on June 5 of the following year, 3 weeks after Israel's admittance to the UN, the IDF forced the village's remaining people onto trucks and dumped them in the wilderness. With these post-181 attacks, the Jewish Agency and Haganah no longer feigned abhorrence of terror. When shortly after midnight on the morning of December 20 the Haganah launched a new attack, this time on the Palestinian village of Qasas, the Haganah claimed in Lehi fashion that it had killed more than the one casualty reported. Terror gang rivalry had, indeed, become a race for fanaticism, and so when the group Americans for Haganah held a rally in New York's Manhattan Center on December 23, it was disrupted by protesters accusing the militia of appeasement. On Christmas Eve, the militants attacked 4 British soldiers leaving a cafe in Tel Aviv, killing 2. The day after Christmas, a driver was shot dead at the English girls' school in Haifa, and responsible for severe attacks on Arab villages, which have caused considerable loss of life. Jewish terrorists have been responsible for unprovoked attacks on both Arabs and British police and soldiers, yet, while ostensibly condemning such attacks, it is known that the Jewish Agency is cooperating with the terrorist leaders. 484. Lehi as well was busy plunging Palestine into ethnic anarchy. In the words of a member of the 6th Airborne, the terror gang was making particularly bestial attacks on Arab villages, in which they showed not the slightest discrimination for women and children, whom they killed as opportunity offered. 485. The second Irgun flying bomb attack hit the Damascus Gate on December 29. At 12.37 hours a green-colored taxi, containing a number of Jews, on reaching Damascus Gate the occupants threw an object from the taxi which exploded in the vicinity of a number of buses around which a large crowd of Arabs were standing, causing heavy casualties. 3 children aged 10 to 11 were among the 11 dead on the scene. 2 policemen were killed in the confusion following this outrage, and more of the 32 injured, including women and children, died soon afterwards. 486. The Palestinian reaction to the Damascus Gate massacres was to set up roadblocks at the Old City under the supervision of the British, which was recognized by the government as a reasonable measure of self-defense on the part of the Arabs having regard to the indiscriminate outrages carried by the Irgun-Zivai Lumi, but the Jewish Agency seized on this defense against the attacks to claim that 1,800 members of their community inside the Old City were besieged, starved, and about to be massacred. On December 29, the Irgun launched a seaborne attack on Jaffa. The ancient port city had for centuries been a hub of Palestinian life culturally, commercially, politically, and so the architects of partition could not easily have explained handing it over the Zionists. Settlements had however been established in the area, in particular the presumed capital of the new state, Tel Aviv. The UN considered solving the puzzle by connecting Jaffa to the rest of Palestine via a corridor, but this idea was abandoned because it would create for the Jews the difficulty which it solved for the Arabs. And so Jaffa was orphaned as a small Palestinian island geographically within the Zionist state. No informed person in 1947 could have believed that the Zionists would respect the arrangement. 487. Sir Hugh Dow, British Consul General in Jerusalem, noted the disparity in international reaction thus. If, instead of the Jews seizing Jaffa, the Arabs had succeeded in establishing themselves in Tel Aviv, would the United Nations have agreed to the retention of Tel Aviv in an Arab state? 488. Provocation by the Jews against the Palestinians, a British military report ending January 1 stated, has continued during the past 2 weeks on an almost unprecedented scale. The day after its attack on Jaffa, the Irgun launched their third flying bomb attack, this time against about 100 Palestinians seeking employment outside Haifa's oil refinery. The explosions killed 6 immediately and wounded about 40, many seriously. Like the previous flying bombs, the specific purpose of this attack was, as the Hashomer Hatzair noted, to provoke reprisals, and this time, tragically, it did, quickly and indiscriminately against the refinery's Jewish employees, 41 of whom died in the anti-Jewish rampage. Elsewhere that day, an Arab government doctor was assassinated by Jews at Bethlehem, and an electrically detonated mine was used to kill 2 constables, 19 and 20 years old, in Mahan Yehuda Market. 489. New Year's Eve began with the Irgun murder of a policeman outside Fink's restaurant in Jerusalem. When 4 British men entered Tel Aviv's Park Hotel on Hayarkin Street to celebrate the New Year, one was shot. His friends tried to rush him to the hospital, but their crashed Jeep was found later. All had been shot. It was the Jewish Agency's own Haganah that ushered in 1948 as the year of the precipitous ethnic cleansing of Palestine. Near Haifa, as the New Year struck and the corks popped in Tel Aviv, the militia massacred 60 Palestinians in Balad esh-Sheikh, including many women and children, and attacked the Wadi Rushmiyah neighborhood, expelling non-Jews and blowing up their houses. According to Elon Papp, the Zionists conducted these 2 attacks in part to test the British reaction, and that reaction, to the Jewish Agency's satisfaction, was to look the other way. January 1948. Both Jaffa and Jerusalem were targets on the first day of 1948. The Kidman quarter of Jerusalem was bombed by approximate 30 armed Jews, who placed charges and threw grenades, while the Irgun sped through Jaffa and fired at Palestinians sitting outside a cafe. The gang murdered 2 cafe-goers and wounded 9 before crashing through a roadblock and vanishing into Tel Aviv. The same day a small party of Jews placed a bomb inside a block of flats in the rear of Jaffa's Shell petrol station, demolishing a block of Palestinian homes. 490. Claims that the United States was a major source for the bombs wreaking havoc in Palestine were vindicated on January 3. As crates bound for the settlements in Palestine were being loaded onto the freighter Executor at the docks at New Jersey, one marked used industrial machinery parts fell, breaking open and revealing its true contents, cyclonite. There were 25 more crates like it, as described by the British military. The total consignment consisted of 65,000 pounds of cyclonite TNT. In the warehouses from which the original consignment had come, they found 5,200 combat knives, pig metal, and machinery suitable for the production of arms. On the following Thursday and Friday, 110 tons of cyclonite, also allegedly destined for the Jewish state, was confiscated in the New York counties of Ulster and Monmouth. 491. The journalist Sam Pope Brewer, whose then wife would run off with double agent Kim Philby, son of John Philby, who had tried with Weizmann to purchase Palestine, reported that because of the rising anti-Arab terror in Jaffa, roadblocks had been set up at all the approaches to the city for the special purpose of intercepting possible terrorists. The safeguard failed. On January 4, 2 men dressed as Arabs driving a truck loaded with oranges did not arouse suspicion as they entered Jaffa and headed down the street leading to the port. The Arabs turned their truck into an alley between the Barclays Bank and the Arab National Committee building, parked, and were driven away in a waiting car. Bombs hidden within the orange crates detonated quickly, destroying the old Sarai in Clock Tower Square. The blast shook the city and smashed doors more than a mile away. Lehi claimed responsibility. 14 people were known dead right away, and about 100 wounded, and 12 more bodies were pulled from the rubble as relief efforts continued through the evening. The terror worked. The local people, Brewer reported, shaken by this outrage, are shooting at anybody with a suspicious appearance. Any feigned distinction between the Jewish Agency and Lehi was left behind in 1947. It was not Lehi, but the agency's Haganah that blew up the Semiramis Hotel in Kidman the next day, January 5, killing 26 people, most from two Christian families, wounding scores and indiscriminately blowing up private houses as they retreated. Among the dead was Manuel Allende Salazar y Travesto, the Spanish vice-consul. The attackers, all wearing European clothes, first threw a grenade into the building as a diversion, then used the ensuing confusion to set the bomb, which exploded about a minute later. Through a night of icy, torrential rains, British soldiers combed the ruins looking for survivors. The next morning, a young woman named Hala Sakakini recalled that all day long you could see people carrying their belongings and moving from their houses to safer ones in Kitaman or to another quarter altogether. They reminded us of pictures we used to see of European refugees during the war. People were simply panic-stricken. 492. As rescue workers continued the search for survivors, the Haganah dynamited 3 houses in the village of Safed, north of the Sea of Galilee, killing 14 Palestinians. The militia justified the attack by claiming that a lieutenant of the Mufti was in one of the houses. On January 7, Eastern Christmas, a final survivor was extracted from the rubble of the Semiramis Hotel, trapped for 36 hours next to the body of her 15-year-old son. British officials angrily confronted the Jewish agency, impressing upon them that the Arabs had never organized an attack against any building containing women and children, in contrast to the Haganah and the other Jewish terror groups. They knew the hotel and dismissed as without foundation the agency's claim that the hotel was a base for Arab militants. Zionist militias nonetheless pushed on, bombing 14 more buildings until, as recalled by the Palestinian scholar and eyewitness Sami Hadawi, 5,000 Zionist Fedayeen made their last assault and occupied the quarter. All non-Jews were forced to evacuate. 493. The fourth flying bomb hit on January 7. Using a Jewish settlement police armored vehicle, 5 Jews threw a parcel bomb packed with rivets as they sped past the Jaffa Gate. 15 Palestinians were killed on the spot, and 40 Palestinians and British injured, some of whom are presumed to have died from their wounds. The attackers turned onto Mamilla Road and threw a second bomb while traveling at high speed. Now pursued by police, the car, having apparently also caught the blast of the exploding bomb, came to a standstill against the wall of the Muslim cemetery. Inside the car were the grenades for 13 more flying bombs. 494. In Europe, fears of renewed Zionist terror were straining Allied resources. On January 6, the Counterintelligence Corps of the U.S. Army warned the British of another Zionist attack on a Medlock train in Austria, to wreak vengeance for the imprisonment of a Jewish terrorist. Although additional precautions had already been enacted after the near catastrophe of August 1947, 3 or 4 empty coaches or fully fitted freight wagons were being attached to the pilot engine on the Vienna sleeper train and a few other high-risk lines, the alert was met with heightened monitoring at both ends of the tunnel. Armed Jews raided Barclays Bank in Tel Aviv on the 12th, topping up the war coffers by £15,000. A deadly bombing in London was averted on the 21st, when a bomb rigged to the door of the Arab Bureau was discovered before the door was opened. Barely a month after the Truman administration shoved through the partition vote, it was overcome with buyer's remorse. Secretly, it proposed to Britain that the US would announce a change of heart if they, Britain, would cancel its planned exit and remain in Palestine as caretaker until after the US presidential election in November. British officials scoffed at the suggestion and US irresponsibility. Full-page Irgun ads in the US were predicting that Britain would not keep its word. Palestine had already fallen into chaos, and the UN could not afford to appear indecisive on this early important mission, as such wavering had fatally weakened the League of Nations. 2 months after the vote, Truman's conundrum became public. The New York Times' James Reston reported the conviction, widely held at the State and Defense Departments, that President Truman's decision to support the partition of Palestine was influenced by the political strength of pro-Zionist organizations in key political centers of this country. Reston's sources predicted that Israel would not stop at its borders, but instead, once the Jewish independent state is established, it would seek U.S. support for its external policies. Meanwhile, Britain's War Disposals Board sold the Jewish agency 21 Oster aircraft, contrary to a ban on supplying arms to either side. Bevan's protests did nothing. He was told that a telegram from the Ministry of Supply suspending such sales arrived too late for 95. February 1948. In early February, the Truman administration tried another tactic to turn back the clock and undo Resolution 181. Secretary of Defense Robert Lovett told the British that the U.S. had developed doubts as to the constitutional validity of partition, and made it pretty plain that United States government were now having second thoughts on the whole matter. But his proposal that a special assembly be held to reconsider partition filled everyone here with horror, because U.S. vacillations were discrediting the UN. 496. Alexander Cadogan testified to the United Nations that he feared that ethnic mayhem was coming, and that the Jewish story that the Arabs are the attackers and the Jews the attacked is not tenable. 497. It was perhaps partially in response to this that on February 2, the Jewish Agency distributed a memorandum on acts of Arab aggression to the UN, beseeching the international community to intervene on its behalf against the alleged aggression. There were, to be sure, no Arab armies in Palestine, and there would not be for another 3.5 months, after much of the Palestinian side of partition was already occupied by the Zionist armies. Small Arab guerrilla bands had tried to check Zionist advances but were quickly defeated and had instead provided them with the excuse that they are merely defending themselves against Arab aggression. Just as the Jewish Agency had used biblical arguments in the lead-up to the UN decision the previous November, it now used biblical arithmetic to argue the injustice of that decision. The memorandum charged that the area allotted to the Zionists was a mere 1/8 of what had been promised them, 7/8 forfeited to placate the Arabs. 498. Defeating Resolution 18's internationalization of Jerusalem was a priority for Ben-Gurion, and so on February 5 he ordered the Haganah to expel non-Jews from parts of Jerusalem and replace them with Jews. Those Jews who wanted no part of the population transfer were intimidated and, if that failed, forcibly loaded onto trucks and transferred. The work was swift. 2 days later, he congratulated the Mappé Council on the areas that were now 100% Jews, claiming that he had effectively returned the city to late biblical times. 499. Barely 3 years earlier, the US and Britain were at the forefront of the world's battle against acquisition of territory by force and ethnic depopulation. Both countries now watched as another racial nationalist movement seized and depopulated territory, but instead of stopping it, they looked for ways to accommodate it. Still more than 3 months before the end of the mandate, British and American officials not only declare that the Palestinians will never get the state they were promised, but express approval over it and explore ways to help it, along with ethnic cleansing implicit. The US administration was happy with the Zionists taking much of Palestine, and the British noted certain advantages in it for themselves. Tellingly, they refer to the Palestinian land Jordan's Abdullah might get in his collusion with the Zionists as the area of Palestine not under the control of the Jewish state, not as the Palestinian side of the partition. The focus turned to finding ways to buy the complicity of Arab states on Israel's behalf. A memorandum by the Chiefs of Staff to the Minister of Defense dated the 26th of February proposed that the southern and eastern Arab states in Palestine should be incorporated with Transjordan, the northern Arab state with Syria/Lebanon. By bribing neighboring states to accept the Israeli confiscation of Palestine, it was hoped to bring a less disastrous outcome to present events. Alec Kirkbride, British ambassador to Amman, agreed. Syrian opposition to what he euphemistically called the consolidation of the Jewish state might be abetted if it were given some territorial advantage in the deal. Jaffa would of course go to Israel. Among the few official voices of dissent was Sir Richard Ashton Beaumont, consul in Jerusalem upon the declaration of the Israeli state. He reacted in unmasked indignation. It is disquieting to note, with what equanimity you appear to accept the view that in order to settle the Arab-Jewish problem in Palestine, we need not hesitate with bribe of territorial advantage. Yet for Sir John Troutbeck in Rhodes, the difficulty with the scheme was the opposite, that the Zionists might not be satisfied with it. He thought the bribes were too high, because the northeastern corner of Palestine, including the Huli concession area, is a district to which the Jews are likely to attach very great importance. Indeed, over the ensuing months it was Israel, not Syria or Lebanon, that seized the area. 500. Since the end of World War II, many Jews resident in Palestine had been trying to leave for their homes in Europe, or for new homes in the United States or Australia, subject to various forms of pressure by the Zionists to remain in Palestine. Britain's imminent departure now made the Jewish Agency tighten its hold over Jews, announcing that it controlled the exit of all Jewish persons between the ages of 17 and 40 regardless of their nationality. It claimed the right to conscript people by virtue of being Jewish, including the drafting of U.S. citizens, this finally prompting a protest from the United States. Travel and ticket agencies, public places, and venues such as movie theaters, were monitored to catch deserters. When the Haganah discovered that one Jewish family's eldest son was no longer in Palestine, it confiscated their house. Another Jewish family's son had gone to England. The Haganah took control of their house, forced the family to pay $4,000, and gave them 6 weeks to get the son back in Palestine, else an additional $8,000 and other penalties would be imposed. In late February, about 200 U.S. citizens tried to board a ship in Haifa to begin their voyage home, but since they were Jews, the Haganah invaded the pier and began throwing their passports into the sea to force them to remain. British Marines stopped them. In this claim of a Jewish nationality binding Jews to the coming Zionist state, the Jewish Agency was now more fanatical than Peter Bergson. Bergson publicly called himself post-Zionist and said that all Jews should now decide whether to become citizens of the Hebrew Republic of Palestine, or choose to be fully assimilated citizens of their home countries with no link to the new state. The Jewish Agency seeks to institutionalize the problem. Their proposed ghetto-like Jewish state will only perpetuate the abnormality of the Jewish problem. In pursuit of that ghetto, the Haganah set up recruiting centers in cities like Leeds, Manchester, Liverpool, Glasgow, and London. One was secretly established in London's Marks S.C. Spencer. 501. On February 22, explosions rocked Jerusalem's Ben Yehuda Street in one of the era's most iconic attacks against Jews. The attackers distributed a broadside from the neo-fascist British League Palestine branch, with language strikingly reminiscent of London's neo-Nazi Protestant vanguard. MPs in Britain then received a pamphlet from the British League, sent by airmail from Jerusalem, taking credit for the anti-Jewish terror attack and calling on the nations of the world arise and smite the Jews. Officials privately expressed suspicion that the actual bomber was a certain renegade Briton known to them. 502. Lehi bombed the Cairo-Haifa train near Rehovot on Leap Day, killing 24 people immediately, and injuring 61, 6 of whom soon succumbed to their wounds. The Salam building was Lehi's next target. 14 Palestinians were killed when the militia blew it up on March 3. 503. March 1948. In Europe, it was the Irgun that took credit for the bombing of Vienna's Park Hotel on March 19. Targeting the British served no further tactical purpose by late 1947, yet it continued, terror without an apparent object. After the militants murdered 8 more British personnel in Palestine and widened their reach to target Britons recovering in hospitals, the Jewish Agency grew concerned that the British might even ultimately be driven to side with the Arabs in repulsing Jewish attacks. It deflected violence onto a so-called Farhan group within the British forces, alleged vigilantes led by the hated Major Farhan. 504. In response to the Jewish Agency's February memorandum claiming Arab aggression, the Arab delegation to the UN distributed its own black paper of the Jewish Agency and Zionist terrorism. It claimed that the Jewish Agency and the terror gangs worked together, and warned of their totalitarian methods. The Zionists have purposely and deliberately aggravated the refugees problem. They have exploited the miseries of the refugees to win world sympathy for Zionism, kidnapping rings for abducting children and taking them to Palestine. The pamphlet described the methods by which Zionists indoctrinate Jewish youth, methods that have molded a generation of Jewish fanatics, and how the Zionist terror organizations rob, terrorize, blackmail and murder Jews. Of that much, the Americans and British were well aware. However, the memorandum went further, charging that the Zionists have set up laboratories for bacteriological warfare. Yet this, too, was proven correct. Ben-Gurion's laboratory, the so-called Science Corps of the Haganah, enabled his armies to infect Palestinian villages' wells with typhoid and dysentery in order to make sure the Arabs couldn't return to make a fresh life for themselves in these villages, as a participant in the biological attacks would later explain it. In early May, the Haganah injected typhoid into the aqueduct supplying water to the Capri spring that served Acre, causing an epidemic that expedited the ethnic cleansing and expropriation of the city that lay on the Palestinian side of the partition. Vaccine was in short supply, and by early May the disease had spread to neighboring villages. A then-secret telegram from Cunningham adds a mysterious layer to the question of why the typhoid vaccine was in short supply. In it, Cunningham complains of the apparently deliberate lethargy by the Jewish bacteriologist in obtaining the vaccine to contain the outbreak. A small but significant feature of this campaign was the dilatory and even obstructive attitude adopted by the Jewish bacteriologist of the health department in making available from store the required supplies of vaccine. Whether the bacteriologist was a Haganah plant or acting on personal initiative, the biological warfare against Acre worked so well, former gang member Jaladi wrote, that they sent a Haganah division dressed as Arabs into Gaza to launch a similar biological attack there. Indeed, on May 27, 2 Haganah operatives, now soldiers of the 2-week-old Israeli state, were caught putting 2 cans of bacteria, typhoid, and dysentery, into Gaza's wells. 505. The soon-to-be Israeli Defense Forces. The Jewish army, with the Haganah at its core, was, according to British intelligence, based on the German organization in the years 1935-36. Described by the CIA as a ready-made army for a Jewish state in Palestine, at the time of the partition vote it estimated Haganah membership at 70,000 to 90,000, with the ability to mobilize 200,000 soldiers and enough modern weapons to arm all of them. Fully 5,000 were permanently mobilized commando troops. The Irgun and Lehi were estimated at 8,500 members respectively. Both the Haganah and the Irgun had excellent intelligence, the latter having exceptional secrecy because of its cell-based structure. New recruits, Jewish DPS from Europe, and about 5,000 soldiers from the Jewish Brigade completed the army. 506. Yurakmil Kahanovich, a machine gunner in the Haganah's elite Palmach unit, described ethnic cleansing missions conducted in early 1948, months before Arab troops entered Palestine. We cleared one village after another and expelled them, they fled to the Sea of Galilee, we shot, we threw a grenade here and there, and fired on them as they fled on boats. With Ben-Gurion's knowledge, Palmach commander Alon instructed them to use axes rather than bullets when possible so that they won't hear it at the British police station. Their orders were to leave no trace. Yes, you march up to a village, you expel it, you gather round to have a bite to eat, and go on to the next village. 507. Corroborating survivors' accounts, Kahanovich testified that the Palmach killed anyone hiding in mosques or churches. Anti-tank weapons were used to exterminate those taking refuge inside a cave mosque. Let me tell you what it does, you make it like it was a beautiful painting by an artist. You think he makes a hole about this big and inside everybody's crushed on the walls from the pressure it makes inside. 508. Anyone attempting to escape was slaughtered. How many people were killed with one blast? Plenty, an empty hall, everyone on the walls. After Ben-Gurion gave the order to expel the survivors, it looked like our refugees walking from Germany. Palestinian refugees were killed for sport, since watching them on their forced march was boring. There was a cow there that ran off and this guy tried to chase it and I shot them both. 509. He spoke of non-Jews caught pretending to be Jews in order to stay safe like non-Zionist Jews in the DP camps, a twist on the Marranos of post-1492 Spain. Some were executed, such as one doctor who we thought this was a Jew, a Russian who came here, an idealist who they then discovered not to be Jewish. When another non-Jewish doctor was exposed, they cut off his testicles. The ex-PAL match soldier alluded to further atrocities that he would not cite on the record. 510. Rape, too, was a systemic weapon in Israel's 1948 ethnic cleansing of Palestine. The Israeli historian Benny Morris documented 12 cases of the rape of Palestinian girls by the IDF in 1948, but warned that these were just the tip of the iceberg. Even if the girls survived, the soldiers sometimes murdered them, as well as their fathers or brothers. Few cases were reported. Those that reached Ben-Gurion's notice were numerous enough to warrant mention in his diary every few days, yet he did not believe that any punishment was in order. 511. 4 years had passed since President Roosevelt's plan of new homes for those displaced by the war, including 300,000 between the US and UK, was thwarted by American Zionists. April Roosevelt's co-planner, Morris Ernst, had however not given up. He 1948 updated the plan to the present circumstances and met with Bevin on April 9 hoping to advance it. Bevin reminded him that he too had promoted freer immigration to Truman and the U.S. administration, with no response. Ernst confirmed this, and explained that the problem was the Zionists. It was really the question of the Jewish agency. In their inner councils they had always held the view that if they allowed any diversion of Jews from Palestine and their settlement elsewhere, their attempts to raise money and to carry on their campaign from Palestine would be seriously affected. That was the truth of the matter. 512. This staunch U.S. support for Zionism left one enigma: why were no U.S. troops helping on the ground? Ernst explained that American Jews were very much opposed to U.S. troops assisting the Zionists, because that staunch support would be harmed when American troops were killed by Jewish terrorists. The iconography of Deir Yassin. As Ernst and Bevin spoke in London on April 9, about 3,600 kilometers away, the Irgun, in coordination with the Haganah, wiped out the Palestinian village of Deir Yassin. Deir Yassin was not the first Palestinian village to be exterminated by the Zionist armies and was certainly not the last, but the terror inflicted on Deir Yassin took on iconic significance because of its high visibility in the Jerusalem environs, because the savagery was well documented and reported, and because the fate of Deir Yassin was used to convince Palestinians to leave. The Irgun boasted, surely accurately, that the terror it instilled hastened the evacuation of other Palestinian villages. 513. As described by British intelligence, Deir Yassin was wiped out, accompanied by every circumstance of savagery. Women and children were stripped, lined up, photographed and then slaughtered. Those taken prisoners suffered incredible bestialities. An early eyewitness was the head of the International Red Cross delegation in Palestine, Jacques de Renier. Arriving in the village, he described the Irgun soldiers. All of them were young, some even adolescents, men and women, armed to the teeth, revolvers, machine guns, hand grenades, and also cutlasses in their hands, most of them still blood-stained. A beautiful young girl, with criminal eyes, showed me hers still dripping with blood. She displayed it like a trophy. Forcing his way into some of the houses. Here the cleaning up had been done with machine guns, then hand grenades. It had been finished off with knives, anyone could see that. I heard something like a sigh. I looked everywhere, turned over all the bodies, and eventually found a little foot, still warm. It was a little girl of 10, mutilated by a hand grenade, but still alive. Everywhere it was the same horrible sight. There had been 400 people in this village, about 50 of them had escaped and were still alive. All the rest had been deliberately massacred in cold blood for, as I observed for myself, this gang was admirably disciplined and only acted under orders. As described by a PAL match member, the survivors, some 25 men, were loaded into a freight truck and led in a victory parade, like a Roman triumph, through the Mahana Yehuda and Zikron Yosef quarters, taken to a stone quarry between Givat Shaul and Deir Yassin and shot in cold blood. In response to the massacre, the British wanted to rout out the Irgun but feared that an on-the-ground confrontation would result in British deaths. Instead, they arranged for aircraft to make a punitive attack on the village, to eject the terrorists from the village and punish those responsible for this vile crime. But then they discovered that the Irgun had been replaced by Haganah. Instead of outrage at the Jewish agency's complicity or the removal of its militia from the village, it was decided not to proceed with air operations in this case. 4 days after the massacre, the Irgun issued a press statement that read in part, "We intend to attack, conquer, and keep until we have the whole of Palestine and Transjordan in a greater Jewish state. This attack is first step." Israel's official Holocaust memorial, Yad Vashem, borders the ashes of Deir Yassin. 3 days after the massacre, on April 12, the Haganah formally took the Irgun into its fold. Chief Rabbi Herzog, the same who conducted the removal of Jewish orphans from their homes 2 years earlier, was credited with brokering the marriage. 514. In mid-April, the US was still prodding the UK to delay its departure from Palestine, but the British replied that it would be they who would die in the ensuing terror as a result of the US having bulldozed through the UN a plan which represented the extreme demands of the Zionists. Truman's fudging on partition brought pro-Zionist protests and rallied politicians to the cause. When the more extreme Zionists publicly condemned Reconstruction in Europe as an enemy of Zionism, others distanced themselves, though opposition to Reconstruction was the unadvertised Jewish agency position. 515. Thus Truman renewed his support for partition, having, according to U.S. sources cited in British documents, been persuaded that he must do obeisance, until election time, to the fundraising powers of the Jewish community. In the early 1950s it would be revealed that Truman's obeisance extended to interfering in the judicial process when Israeli agents were accused of violating the Neutrality Acts. 516. The Haganah, over which Ben-Gurion was effectively the commander-in-chief, was producing mortars they called the Davika, containing 60 pounds of explosives that it catapulted about 300 yards, and barrel bombs filled with explosives, shrapnel, glass, and nails, designed to cause maximum casualties and terror in Palestinian villages. Fear. Psychological terror was another potent weapon in the ethnic cleansing of Palestine. Horror recordings blared through loudspeakers warning those who remained that they would suffer the fate of Deir Yassin. Rumors of plagues were given credence by the Haganah's poisoning of wells, and a whispering campaign warned of preparations to use the atomic bomb on Arab villages. On the 21st of April the Zionist armies began a final ethnic cleansing of Haifa. Cunningham reported by telegram that heavy fighting began about midday, with Jewish attacks on Arab outposts at Burj Hill and Prophet's Steps and the Zionist narrative alleges that Arab authorities told the Palestinians, by radio broadcast and/or loudspeaker, to vacate the land, that the Palestinians obeyed, and thus forfeited any right to return. Such claims are, above all, nonsensical. All people have the unqualified right to leave their homes, whether during a conflict or peace, no matter who told them what. One need merely apply this claim to any other people or place to expose how ludicrous it is. Further, the allegations themselves are untrue. The historical record, as well as the testimony of living witnesses, shows that Arab leaders beseeched the population not to leave. For example, a report by the then Greek Archbishop in Galilee was used by the Israelis in books and in testimony to the UN to claim that the Palestinians were given evacuation orders. But the Archbishop himself put on record that his words meant something very different, indeed antithetical to what he called the concoctions and falsifications of the Israeli propagandists. See, example Erskine B. Childers' The Wordless Wish, From Citizens to Refugees, in Abu Lugad, Transformation. Telephone exchange successful by night. Cowrie House, headquarters Palestine Railways, on fire and gutted with all records. Jewish forces have captured Salama Building and Position Station Street Burj Hill and are now closing in on Camera Square. Fire in port caused by mortaring has been extinguished. Heavy firing continues with mortaring of Suk area which is reported deserted. 517. As the militias literally pushed the Palestinians into the sea and British landing craft evacuated survivors to Acre, some 3,600 kilometers away in London, the U.S. ambassador spoke with Bevin. The Jewish attitude, as the ambassador phrased it, was high should they cease hostilities when they had so many trained men and munitions, and were in a position to win, with their goal in sight. Maurice Ernst, who was opposed to any joinder of religion and state, or race and state, was in contact with Judah Magnus and was still trying to sway the Foreign Office to establish a single state. The distressed Jews from Europe would be settled in various parts of the world, including the US, France, and Palestine. A joint Arab and Jewish Council of Ministers would rule Palestine and promote an eventual constitution. Bevin was still saying much the same, if could be brought to see that the principle of one man one vote applied in Palestine to Arabs and Jews alike as much as anywhere else, our difficulties might be solved. 518. The U.S. ambassador also met with Prime Minister Attlee and his foreign minister on April 28, 2 weeks before the Israeli declaration of statehood. There was no disagreement among them that the aggression was coming from the Zionists, and that no defensive action had been taken by Palestinians. Yet, United States policy was to allow no Arab country to help their fellow Arabs anywhere, but for the U.S. to assist the Jews to crush the Arabs within Palestine and to allow the slaughter to go on, and then to ask the British government to restrain Abdullah. The Jews had disregarded all the appeals that had been made to them by the United Nations, the U.S. ambassador was reminded, and now threatened to attack Jerusalem. The ambassador nonetheless stood by the Zionist position and warned that if Great Britain maintained her present attitude, the repercussions might be very serious, presumably the ever-present threat of pulling the US post-war loan. 539. The militias attacked St. Simeon Monastery and the Kataman area of Jerusalem on the night of April 29 to 30th, and just before 7 o'clock in the evening on the 30th, 2 ambulances clearly marked with the Red Cross and proceeding to evacuate wounded from the area heavily fired upon, a scene to be repeated in modern times in Israel's attacks on Lebanon and Gaza. During the next few days, the British tried, but failed, to counter an airgun offensive against the population of Jaffa. It should be made clear, Cunningham reported, that IZL attack with mortars was indiscriminate and designed to create panic amongst civilian inhabitants. It was not a military operation. 520. The British identified the mortars being used by the Zionists as their own British Avili make, a detail they noted to counter any claims that shells fired in Jerusalem from Nebi Samuel could be by Arabs because the devices were of British manufacture. The scene in Jaffa was a repeat of Haifa. Zionist forces surrounded the Palestinians on 3 sides, the fourth being the sea, and the British, unable to stop them, rescued by landing craft those whom they could. Hoisting the Star of David over the town, the Irgun handed control over to the Haganah, which vowed not to give an inch on the city that lay on the Palestinian side of partition. A half-century later, the Israeli Ministry of Defense published a book that justified the ethnic cleansing of Jaffa by calling it a festering cancer in the middle of the Jewish population. 521. When Cunningham saw that the media were reporting the Zionists' brutal ethnic cleansing as Jewish military successes, he sent an angry telegram to British and U.S. contacts. These successes, he wrote, are in truth operations based on the mortaring of terrified women and children. The settlers as a whole approved of what was being done on their behalf. There prevailed among the Jews themselves a spirit of arrogance, as they boasted of their ability to dictate the fate of the Palestinians. Jewish broadcasts, Cunningham added, probably referring to the Haganah's Koi Israel, both in content and in manner of delivery, are remarkably like those of Nazi Germany. A week later he wrote that the Jews are still jubilant and still busy their campaign of calculated aggression coupled with brutality. 522. A British intelligence briefing, meanwhile, reported that the internal machinery of the Jewish state is now almost completely organized and includes staff for press censorship and all the equipment of a totalitarian regime, including a custodian of enemy property to handle Arab lands. 523. Thus Israel's confiscation of lands by ethnicity was built into the machinery of the state at birth. Painting imagery of a population gone berserk, the intelligence report described the fruits of decades of Zionist control over the settlers. In the Yishuv itself, persecution of Christian Jews and others who offend against national discipline has shown a marked increase and in some cases has reached medieval standards. 524. The entire ethnic cleansing of Palestine, whether by the Haganah, the Irgun, Lehi, or any collaboration thereof, was marked by atrocity for its own sake, beyond even the needs of the crime itself. Pro-Zionist terror continues in the UK and US. A series of anti-British and anti-Arab bomb scares disrupted New York and London in the months leading to Israeli statehood. On February 23, 2 days after the thwarted door bomb on London's Arab Bureau, a larger device with what were described as Jewish markings was planted in a building partly occupied by the Colonial Office, 50 yards from Big Ben. 5-25. A bomb scare closed London's Victoria Station on the evening of March 7. 10 days later, a New York-bound British airliner, among whose passengers was the Assistant Secretary to the Foreign Office, received a radio message claiming that a bomb had been planted aboard it. As the pilot made an emergency U-turn to London, New York's Empire State Building received its third bomb threat. A woman called from the Gedney Exchange and said that the building is going to be blown up. The floors scoured by the police included the British Consulate General. At least 5 bomb threats were made to Arab offices during May, including the Syrian and Egyptian delegations to the UN, the Consul General of Lebanon, the Iraq Consulate, and the manager of the Arabic-language newspaper Al Hoda trademark. Mav. 1948. The real bomb struck without warning. On the morning of May 3, Rex Ferran, a 25-year-old draftsman, was in the family home in the West Midlands. His younger brother and grandmother were upstairs. When the postwoman delivered a package addressed to R. Ferran, Rex took it to the living room. He probably lived long enough to see the volume of Shakespeare hollowed out by Lehi to make it into a bomb. Lehi had presumably intended to kill his brother, the infamous Roy Ferran, and this is the version given in a 2005 interview with Yaakov Harudi, a Lehi operative who claims to have made and mailed the Shakespeare bomb with parts supplied from the United States. A different story was told by Lehi members to a New York Times correspondent in Paris 4 months after the murder, that the ambiguity of the initial was deliberate and Rex was indeed the target. It would force him to live with this memory always. We meant to torture him. This seems credible. The use of the initial was odd, and Lehi could have known that Roy was not then present at the address. 1.527. The day that Rex Ferran was killed, 12 days before the end of the mandate, an internal U.S. State Department memorandum stated that the Jews will be the actual aggressors against the Arabs. However, the Jews will claim that they are merely defending. In the event of such Arab outside aid, the Jews will come running to the Security Council with the claim that their state is the object of armed aggression and will use every means to obscure the fact that it is their own armed aggression against the Arabs inside which is the cause of Arab counterattack. 528. Internal U.S. security was a special concern. The CIA reported that Zionist operatives were impersonating both U.S. military and American Airlines personnel, and that their clandestine air transport operations constituted a threat to the security of the United States. 529. Since U.S. citizens serving in the Zionist militias were breaking U.S. law as it then stood, some senators were pushing through a bill to make serving in this foreign army legal. More remarkably, in early May the Irgun's American League for a Free Palestine brought together senators from both major parties in an attempt to sponsor a 6-point initiative. Its goal was unprecedented: blanket U.S. recognition, in advance, of Israeli sovereignty over any lands its militias could seize beyond partition, even before the state existed. 530. In London on the morning of May 11, Lieutenant Gen. Sir Evelyn Barker received a cylinder of the type used for posting magazines, mailed locally. The wife of this former military commander in Palestine, and her maid, were both alert enough to notice an unconvincing W.H. Smith label, and what seemed excessive postage. Unwrapping the package carefully, she saw a rolled copy of the American magazine News Review, but stopped at the smell of an odor resembling disinfectant and the sight of wires and black tape. This was not the first assassination attempt against Barker. Ezer Weizmann, a former RAF pilot and nephew of Chaim Weizmann, had already tried to assassinate him by mining the walkway to his house. A new spate of letter bombs targeted British officials that spring. Among the recipients were Winston Churchill, the Lord Speaker, Ernest Bevin, Philip Noel Baker, Oliver Stanley, Admiral Lord Fraser, and Anthony Eden. Eden carried his around in his briefcase for a full day, thinking it was a Whitehall circular he could open later. A police alert reached him in time. 5:31. The newer letter bombs were designed to explode in water in order to defeat the standard method of rendering them inert. Many now contained a packet of the poison sodium cyanide in an effort to assure death from an otherwise non-fatal wound. The main explosive sack of the letter bomb sent to Churchill was removed and detonated under controlled conditions. It badly bent a 14-inch steel plate too. Specialists determined that the detonators in the devices mailed from Italy in 1947 to 1948 were of U.S. manufacture, among them DuPont, enormous quantities of which had been left behind in Italy by the Allied troops. Malfunctions, usually weakened batteries or broken contacts, had kept some from exploding. 5:32. On May 14, 1948, in the final hours of the mandate, the Palestinians of Haifa who had fled to Acre now faced the Zionist armies again as the Haganah overran this key city that, unlike Haifa, lay on the Palestinian side of partition. The Irgun, in concert, captured 5 more northern villages that were supposed to be in the Palestinian state. Even as the declaration establishing the State of Israel that night failed to acknowledge any national border, the U.S. administration jumped on board with de facto recognition just after midnight, quickly followed by Iran. Russia jumped the queue to become the first nation to accord Israel de jure recognition on May 17. President Truman's speedy recognition of Israel, Lehi bragged in a radio broadcast of June 3, was not out of conviction, but because he needed the Jewish vote, though even if that vote were monolithic, the boast makes little sense demographically. 5:33. June-July 1948. In mid-June, the Foreign Office impressed upon Washington the necessity of establishing permanent borders, else with the aid of American dollars, Israel would in due course burst out of its frontiers and attempt to enlarge itself. The summer also brought renewed warnings from the CIA of increased Israeli intransigence and the growing feeling of self-sufficiency and confidence on the part of the Israelis, which portends willingness to take matters into their own hands without being bound by the UN. The new state already regarded the United Nations as a nuisance, deterring Israel from expanding beyond its boundaries, whereas the Arab states, the CIA reported, appear to have been fairly conscientious in cooperating with the mediator and the UN. 5:34. In early June, a newly invigorated campaign against Britain was launched in the US by the Sons of Liberty Boycott Committee, which named itself after a group from the American Revolution. Operating out of 106 West 70th Street, it financed full-page ads in New York denouncing Britain's invasion of Israel. All good Americans, it said, will join the boycott of Britain, so that when London sees the resulting red ink, nation of merchants and bookkeepers will be made to stop destroying Israel. Other ads by the organization continued the drive to deny European Recovery Program funds to Britain, claiming that it was using the money to finance Arab murder. How to make sense of wasting effort and money on Britain after it had abdicated rule and effectively evacuated? The only practical left, Ben Heck's advertisement, in the form of an open letter to the Zionist terror gangs, advocating further terror and admonishing the rich Jews who refused to finance it. New York Post, May 14, 1947, and the following day in the New York Herald Tribune, exactly a year before Israel's declaration of statehood. Right, the Irgun Sons of Liberty and Boycott Committee, advertisement in the New York Post and the Home News, June 2, 1948. Explanation is as insurance against any British temptation to use its influence at the Security Council to contain Israeli aggression. Whatever the reasoning, the calls for boycott were taken seriously. When the cigarette giant Philip Morris realized that some people perceived it as British, the company published a full-page ad assuring the public that it was American, illustrating a letter from the Sons of Liberty confirming that it was not a target of the boycott. 535. Britain bought about 9 million cases of citrus fruit from Palestine each year, half from Palestinian and half from Jewish growers. But so precipitously had the Zionists already stolen Palestinian farmers' land, orchards, and equipment, that alternative sources were considered, rather than implicitly condoning enabling them to profit from their expulsion of the Arab inhabitants. 536. In London, the bomb sent to Evelyn Barker led authorities to monitor the actions of one Monty Harris, a resident of 14 Gravel Lane in East London, who was associated with the Hebrew Legion and ran a grocery shop that he had inherited from his father. Suspicions were reinforced when on August 15 thick blue smoke filled the interior of his flat, forcing Harris to keep his door open to let it clear and to invent an explanation to a concerned passerby. August 1948. The police continued to monitor until on August 28 they arrested him, preventing a wave of incendiarism and sabotage in England. Others with similar ideas were not caught. Fires on 2 troop ships that left Southampton about this time were believed to have been caused by parcel bombs set by Zionist extremists within Britain. 537. British intelligence was also tracking Cyril Ross, managing director of the lucrative Oxford Street Furrier Suarez and Wells, who was thought to have been head of the Jewish agency's spy network in the UK. This comprised informants in every government department of importance as well as contacts in the U.S. Embassy in London, who provided him with U.S. secret reports. 538. Peace plans, and assassination, of Count Folke Bernadotte. The UN named Folke Bernadotte, a Swedish diplomat who had secured the release of 30,000 Jews from German death camps, to mediate the chaos in Palestine. Although Bernadotte believed an Arab-Jewish union to be the best solution, the U.S. administration turned against the idea due to violent American Zionist opposition in the midst of a presidential election campaign, according to a then classified 1949 National War College report. 539. Bernadotte proposed a variation of Resolution 181 at the end of June, but the upheaval in Palestine rendered that plan obsolete. As he set about composing a second plan, he considered 2 tenets inviolable: the internationalization of Jerusalem and, especially, the unquestioned right of the refugees to return home. It would be an offense against the principles of elemental justice if these innocent victims of the conflict were denied the right to return to their homes while Jewish immigrants flow into Palestine. Israel wanted neither. But whereas laws against ethnic cleansing could be ignored, UN stewardship of Jerusalem would be difficult to undo once established. And so both the Irgun and Lehi responded in early August with threats of terrorism in Europe, and Lehi with thinly veiled threats against Bernadotte's life. We hereby warn the United Nations observers, Bernadotte's generals, and all officials and soldiery who may be sent here to demilitarize Jerusalem and set up a non-Jewish administration it cannot and will not be. 540. More directly, on September 6 its bulletin announced: the task at the moment is to oust Bernadotte and his observers. Blessed be the hand that does it. 541. The British hoped to influence Bernadotte before he presented his revised plan. Please destroy this telegram after perusal, is the final statement on a top-secret British message of September 9 that should be delivered orally to Bernadotte regarding discussions with the Americans. Confirmation came the next day from Bernadotte's base in Rhodes. He had received the message and looked forward to receive your views. Those views were kept secret and all copies are said to have been destroyed, but they were surely some version of the privately discussed schemes to give most the Palestinian side of partition to Israel and the remaining scraps to Egypt and Syria in order to secure a sufficient measure of acquiescence, as the Foreign Office put it in a telegram sent on the 11th to British Middle East Office, Cairo. The Palestinians are out of consideration altogether. The United Kingdom government conclude that the creation of a separate Palestinian Arab state would not be a satisfactory settlement of the Arab parts of Palestine. Bernadotte not only retained the Palestinian state in his new peace plan, but put the Negev within it. U.S. Secretary of State George Marshall showed Bevin a document stating that the U.S. would announce its approval in Paris at 3 p.m. on the 21st. But Bernadotte would not live that long, and the U.S. decision was reversed. Leaving his base in Rhodes on the 16th on an aircraft supplied by the UN, Bernadotte visited Beirut and Damascus, and on the 17th flew on to Palestine, landing at the airfield at Kalandiya in what is now the West Bank. His new plan was to have remained secret until being submitted to the General Assembly, but by this day, Ben-Gurion had already secured a copy through an American contact. After a brief stop in nearby Ramallah, the Arab Legion sent an armed escort vehicle to see his three-car entourage safety as far as they could, to the threshold of the new city, the part of Jerusalem under Israeli control. Israel was fully informed of the mediator's visit and was well aware that tensions were especially high. Yet Israel sent no escort *. What would be Bernadotte's final stop was at an agricultural school. While he was there, elsewhere in the new state, Israeli Major Bernard was asked by a man known to him by sight if it was true that Count Bernadotte had been murdered. There is no record of this having raised any concern. The three-car entourage left the school at about 5 p.m. back to the YMCA, where Bernadotte was staying. They were stopped by an Israeli checkpoint where, some of his colleagues later testified, they were maneuvered in such a way that was later interpreted by them as a signal was seated in the third car, though this remains speculation. After leaving the checkpoint they passed an armored car in which sat Israel's military governor in Jerusalem, Dr. Bernhard Joseph. They then overtook a breakdown lorry with 3 soldiers. Upon reaching the crest of a hill, a jeep with 4 men blocked the road. They were now roughly 30 to 40 meters beyond. Israeli denials of responsibility rest on the claim that Bernadotte had refused an escort, and eulogies to Bernadotte have inadvertently given credence to this when describing his courage. Bernadotte had not refused an escort. His position was that it was up to the local authorities to determine the appropriate security. The Arab Legion arranged security on its own initiative. Israel had offered none. The lorry and 350 meters from the checkpoint. Standing nearby were a girl of 15 years, 3 boys of about 12, and a girl of 11. 2 of the boys asked the men in the jeep about their weapons. A couple that ran a shop in a nearby building called Trnova was not in direct view but had seen the jeep about an hour earlier. 3 armed men jumped from the jeep, only the driver remaining. 2 approached the first car. A Captain Hillman, addressing them through the front right window, asked in Hebrew to be allowed to pass. The third gunman went straight to the third car, apparently knowing in advance that it contained Bernadotte in the rear seat. Suddenly the front 2 gunmen shot out the tires of the first car, while the third put his weapon through the open left rear window of the third car and aimed at the mediator, the rightmost of 3 in the rear seat, firing an estimated 27 rounds past General Lundstrom, killing Colonel Surratt in the middle seat as well. As the killers fled, neighborhood people, all potential witnesses, rushed to their windows or balconies to see what was happening. The driver of the breakdown lorry told the principal witness, the older girl, to say nothing to the police about what she had seen. That evening, leaflets were distributed in Jerusalem by an unknown Fatherland Front, claiming responsibility for the murders. Thus 4 months into the Israeli state's quest for legitimacy, it suddenly faced the challenge, or opportunity, to demonstrate that it could respond to this most notorious of Zionist assassinations as a competent, responsible nation free of its terroristic genesis. Israel falsely described the crime scene as an isolated spot and never cordoned it off. The assistant superintendent of police who was assigned the case did not visit the scene until the following evening, and made no systematic analysis of the situation. In the interim, the girl saw a man arrive in a transport and fuel supply service car and take away a Sten gun that the one of the assailants had left on the ground. The car in which Bernadotte was murdered was not examined until a week later after it had been repaired, and the first car was never examined at all. The assassin had left behind the barrel to his gun, but it was passed without precaution through a few officials' hands before being given to a lab for analysis, by which point any fingerprints that might have been left behind were useless. No serious attempt was made to identify the jeep, despite available clues, nor to identify the source of the Fatherland Front leaflets, nor the typewriter that typed them. Lehigh suspects were rounded up but appeared unconcerned, then turned their prison into a co-ed celebratory party scene. As Time magazine reported it on October 18. Cold beer. The Sternists threw open the door of the jail, disarmed the guards, directed traffic in the square where a great crowd had gathered. Some prisoners strolled off to the beach for a swim. Others relaxed with prison guards over coffee in a nearby cafe. Few showed any disposition to escape from the city. If we left the jail for good, explained one Sternist, it would only mean that we would have to go underground again. 542. All the Lehigh suspects were soon freed, and key members of the terror gang rose to positions in the Israeli government. Nathan Yellen Moore, whose previous infamy rested with his overtures to the Nazis and his involvement in Lord Moyne's murder, ascended to the Knesset. Matityahu Shmulevitz would join the staff of future PM Begin. Most remarkably, Lehigh bigwig Yitzhak Shamir joined the Mossad and would eventually be elected Prime Minister of Israel twice. In response to the Swedish government's protests of Israeli inaction on the assassins, Israel submitted a report to the Security Council that went a step beyond the release of the suspects. It claimed that there was insufficient evidence even to attribute the murder to Lehigh. 543. Theory: Israel, not Lehigh, murdered Bernadotte. The ultimate irony could be that Israel's leaders were on that point telling the truth because it was they who arranged the assassination. Beginning about a week after the murder, US and UK intelligence began reporting slightly varying versions of the same claim, that on the day of the assassination, the Czechoslovak consul general in Jerusalem had issued visas and arranged travel for Lehigh operatives to fly to Prague on a Czech aircraft under false names. In Prague they would get new papers and continue to Paris. A report dated September 26 from a source marked Squib also noted that a number of passports had recently been stolen, notably from the British consulate at Haifa. A different top-secret and delicate source noted that the French, aware of the situation, were urgently requesting the false names used, so that the impersonators could be stopped, especially as it was feared they were heading to Paris to attack United Nations Organization personnel, and that the plans were somehow part of Soviet intrigue. On October 6, U.S. Ambassador Louis Douglas told the British charge d'affaires that the murderers of Count Bernadotte had been assisted to escape by the Czechoslovak consul in Jerusalem. The latter had given the men false passports and arranged air passages for them in a Czech airline. 2 days later, M.I.5 head Sir Percy Salito received a report from M.I.6 stating the same, and that the passports were made out in non-Jewish names. These brief intelligence memos did not venture an answer as to how Lehigh had the clout to involve the Czechs in the complicated escape, and with such secrecy. The answer may come from the Belgium Consul General M. Jean Nieuwenhuis, who was chairman of the Truce Commission. In the strictest confidence the following August, he related the following to Major V.P. Rich of the War Office. For about a year, source, whom I consider to be reliable, has been in secret communication with a certain Czech employee in the Czechoslovak Consulate General in the new city. This employee is said to be anti-communist and a fervent Catholic, which may explain the common link between source and subsource. About 2 days before the Bernadotte murder, subsource sent a message to Nieuwenhuis to keep away from Jerusalem for the next few days. He did not do this, but he thinks that the reason for the warning was that he, as chairman of the Truce Committee, was often seen about with Count Bernadotte. Some 24 hours after the murder, the Czech employee met source secretly and gave him the following information. It appeared that the Czech consul general had been approached by Mr. Shaloa of the Israeli Foreign Office and now Israeli delegate at Lausanne, about a week before the murder, to arrange Czech visas and air passage for 7 Jews in a Czech airline for the late afternoon flight to Prague. The date requested coincided with the date of the murder. A request by the Czech consulate to the French consulate for further visas for France was refused. Further investigation was undertaken, after which it was disclosed that these 7 Jews were in fact members of the Stern Gang and that Shaloa, acting on behalf of the Israeli government, was the organizer of the murder. The reason Israel wanted Bernadotte dead was not just to prevent the internationalization of Jerusalem, but also to stop him from influencing world opinion against Israel's expansionist plans. Sometime after the murder, a senior member of Lehi told the source that their organization was not responsible, but that these 7 members had been hired by the government and handsomely paid. The original plan that they continue from Prague to Paris was abandoned owing to the extremely strong precautions taken by the Paris police. The 7 were believed to be back in Israel, as the body of one recently washed ashore near Jaffa with a bullet hole in the back of his head, liquidated for an indiscretion about the affair. Did Israel murder Bernadotte? The name Fatherland Front appears to have been made up for the occasion. The name is otherwise unknown. By hiring Lehi personnel, Israel was not only hiring the declassified by the British in 2005. Shiloah equals Reuven Shiloah, who would become the first director of Mossad. Lausanne equals Conference of 1949 to resolve disputes of 1948 war. From Major VP Rick of the Military Liaison Office, Jerusalem, to Major C. W. Delisle of the War Office, TNA, FO 371/75266. Virtuosi of assassins, it was also assuring that no loose ends could point to the state. For Lehi's part, it wanted Bernadotte dead but lacked Israel's ability to organize control of the aftermath and escape. Lehi invariably took credit for its exploits, indeed bragged about them, yet this one time denied involvement. But however logical the theory, barring some future revelation from the Zionist archives, the trail is long cold. 544. Israel's downing of an Arab Airways passenger plane. 6 days after Bernadotte's assassination, September 23, an Arab Airways de Havilland Rapide passenger plane departed Beirut Airport for Amman along a well-established flight path that followed the eastern shore of Lakes Hula and Tiberias. Toward the southern end of Tiberias, at about 11 in the morning, the aircraft briefly crossed a segment of Israeli-held territory on which sat the settlement of Ein Gev, an outpost founded in 1937 as a fact on the ground to counter the Peel Commission's proposal that placed the area in the Palestinian state. As it did, an Israeli fighter plane attacked, disabling the plane's radio. The Rapide's pilot, S.G. Nauers, dived from 6,000 to 5,000 feet as he pointed the plane to the nearest Jordanian territory in an attempt to escape to safety. The Israeli fighter followed the small Crimson passenger craft into Jordanian skies and attacked again, setting the Rapide ablaze and leaving Nauers no choice but to attempt an emergency landing. Just as the burning passenger plane was about to skim a rocky field about 30 kilometers from Israel, the Israeli pursuer attacked a third time. 3 of the passengers jumped from the rear door in a desperate bid to survive the flames and the crash. The Rapide hit the ground at about 150 miles per hour, rolled about 50 yards, nosed over and skidded to a stop. Nauers punched out the windshield, through which he and the 2 remaining passengers escaped before the fire reached the fuel tanks and the plane exploded. The 3 people who jumped through the rear were dead: John Nixon of the BBC, David Woodford of the Daily Telegraph, and a man named Abu Aswad about whom nothing further is recorded. Among the 3 burned survivors was Dr. Ovid Sellers, director of the American School of Archaeology in Jerusalem. Ambassador Kirkbride arranged a Christian service and burial for Woodford and Nixon on a dreary hillside the next day, with coffins knocked together in haste by a local carpenter. In a move that baffled him, the British government obligated Jordan, not Israel, to pay compensation to the dependents of the 2 British journalists. Israel justified its downing of the unarmed passenger plane on the grounds that it had passed through airspace that it claimed as its own. Yet Israel had been making daily armed incursions over Jordan with impunity, and continued to do so well into the 1950s. Like the fate of Bernadotte's assassins, the lack of any meaningful response to Israel's deadly downing of an unarmed passenger plane underscores the significance of statehood. Had the same incident occurred a half-year earlier, it would have elicited world outrage as an unprovoked act of international terrorism. 545. Depopulated villages, pre- versus post-statehood. The same power of statehood over perception is seen in the stories of two Palestinian villages, Deir Yassin and Al-Dawaima. In the body of world opinion, the extinction of Deir Yassin on April 9, 5 weeks before statehood, was terrorism. Indeed, it quickly became iconic of racist savagery. However, the bloodier massacre 5.5 months after statehood, on October 28 in the village of Al-Dawaima, is remembered as a military operation, when it is remembered at all. By that time there had, indeed, been a number of incidents like Deir Yassin, as Yugal Yadin, IDF head of operations put it, but Israeli statehood now brought Zionism the new speak of nation-states. 546. October 1948. Whereas it was the Irgun that ravaged Deir Yassin, it was Israel's 89th Battalion that massacred Al-Dawaima. The soldiers approached the village on 3 sides, and jumped out of the armored cars and spread through the streets of the village, firing promiscuously at anything they saw, as a survivor testified. In the words of one of the soldiers, his battalion began shooting from the rooftops and we saw Arabs running about in the alleyways. We opened fire on them. From our high position we saw a vast plain stretching eastward, covered by thousands of fleeing Arabs. Machine guns began to chatter and the flight turned into a rout. 547. Acting under orders, the soldiers forced people into houses and then blew them up. Of those who escaped, some took refuge in the mosque, others hid in a nearby cave. The next day, the bodies of men, women, and children littered the streets. 60 people who had taken refuge in the mosque lay dead. 85 men, women, and children who had hidden in the cave had all been butchered. The hundreds murdered included 175 women and children. A soldier who participated in the attack testified that the children they killed by breaking their heads with sticks. There was not a house without dead. One soldier boasted that he had raped a woman and then shot her. One woman, with a newborn baby in her arms, was employed to clean the courtyard where the soldiers ate. They shot her and her baby. 548. The settlement Israel built over the ruins of Dawaima was given a name from Jewish antiquity to erase what had been exterminated, Amaziah, after King Amaziah of Judah. The following day, October 29, the village of Susaf, in the Galilee region, was the first to be leveled in so-called Operation Hiram. As recorded by an Israeli officer, the inhabitants had raised the white flag as the IDF attacked with 2 platoons of armored cars and a tank company from the 7th Brigade. 52 men were caught, tied them to one another, dug a pit and shot them. 10 were still twitching. Women came, begged for mercy. Found bodies of 6 elderly men. Here were 61 bodies. 3 cases of rape. Girl of 14, 4 men shot and killed. From one they cut off his fingers with a knife to take the ring. 549. Others were left lying in a thicket, among them a woman clutching her dead child. The people of 2 more villages, Ilabun and Faradia, greeted the soldiers with white flags, upon which the soldiers opened fire, and after 30 people had been killed they started moving the rest on foot. Again in the village of Salihah, after raising a white flag the villagers were forced into a building which the Israelis then blew up, a method commonly used by them not just during 1948, but in Israel's post-statehood raids into the West Bank as well. The Irgun's blueprint for depopulation was like the Haganah's. Also in the Galilee region, the militia annihilated with a machine gun 35 Arabs who had surrendered to that company with a white flag in their hands, ordering peaceful residents, including women and children, to dig a pit, then pushing them into it with long French bayonets and murdering all, shooting dead Arab children of about 13 to 14, raping a girl, then stabbing her with a bayonet and thrusting a wooden stick into her body. Palestinian villages both within Israel and beyond the partition suffered similar fates, with orders that some must be wiped out coming directly from Ben-Gurion. 550. Massive arms and other military equipment continued to flow illegally to Israel from the U.S., often by way of bribed Latin American dictatorships. Teddy Kollek was there toward the end of 1948. The British intelligence service believed that he was purchasing tanks and radar equipment, and establishing an espionage network. Sna, former head of the Haganah, went to the United States in October and appealed to the public to stop the Bernadotte plan, claiming it would rob the Jewish state of the possibility of existence. Most publicly, Begin, who laid blame for Bernadotte's murder with the United Nations for failing to give all of Palestine and Transjordan to the Zionists, went to the U.S. in November to garner support for the takeover of what remained of Palestine. 551. Novdek 1948. The Irgun leader was received with great pomp in New York, a lavish motorcade escorting him through the Garment District of Manhattan to an official welcome at City Hall. Mayor O'Dwyer joked about his being wanted as a terrorist, saying that in New York City the police department were singing for him. Begin railed against the assassinated Bernadotte for attempting to limit Israel's expansionism, railed against Albert Einstein for being among 21 academics accusing him of openly preach the doctrine of the fascist state, and accused the American Council for Judaism of anti-Semitism for its criticism of him. To cheering New York crowds, Begin openly preached violence to seize yet more territory. The fight is not yet over, and not yet has the aim of victory been achieved. We shall continue the fight, until the whole of Israel is liberated and the whole of our people are back in the country. At New York's Diplomat Hotel, Begin spread the same message to 200 youths aged 10 to 23 years, all members of the militaristic youth group Brith Trump Elder, standing in uniform at attention. He addressed a crowd in Carnegie Hall to the accompaniment of a small protest outside. His presence was also publicly condemned by several Christian and Jewish religious leaders. When the issue of Deir Yassin was raised, Begin countered that the villagers themselves were to blame. As he spoke, the British Consulate General in Jerusalem was reporting, wryly, that the Arabs left in Palestine are having a very poor deal. Arabs left in the Jewish state have been dispossessed of their property, and many of the villages have been wantonly blown up or destroyed after being looted by the Jews. Israel was attributing the destruction to hostilities, he reported, but this explanation is obviously untrue. International observers on the scene from the Red Cross and elsewhere have fully confirmed this wanton destruction by the Jews of Arab property. 552. In Paris as in New York, Begin sought support to finish the struggle for the liberation of all of Palestine, and back in Israel he rallied the public for an undivided fatherland. By campaigning for the conquest of the rest of Palestine, Begin quickly won 14 seats in the Knesset for his new Herut party in the nation's first elections. He denounced any alignment with the United Nations, pushed for seizing the land to the Jordan, and warned of new terror should Jerusalem remain an international zone. 553. A Security Council resolution to halt Egyptian-Israeli hostilities in the Negev was accepted by the Egyptian government, but the Jewish authorities, so far from complying with them, retained their new positions and launched a second offensive against the Egyptians on December 22, and in the north, refused to vacate Lebanese territory. Yet despite the clear refusal of the Jewish authorities to comply, the Security Council failed to act as required. Israel's impunity, the British said, was a result of the reluctance of the United States government to be associated with any measures which could be regarded as hostile to Israel, and of the Israeli representative's success in confusing the public by deliberately mixing up two separate UN resolutions. 554. Israel shoots down British planes. The acting mediator reported to the Security Council that Israel alone was to blame for the fighting in the south. There had been no acts of provocation on the Egyptian side, and Israel entirely prevented the United Nations staff from observing the operations in southern Palestine. This was the culmination of the obstructive attitude by Israel. Nor could the UN confirm reports received on December 29 that Israeli troops had invaded Gaza, because Israel blocked its observers. As a result, Britain sent a reconnaissance flight on the 30th which found that Israeli forces were about 20 miles inside Gaza. Further reports confirmed this. Fresh incursion in strength by Israeli troops was sighted on January 6, and so the next morning Britain sent 4 Spitfire aircraft to investigate and photograph. Jan-Feb 1949. Israel responded by shooting down all 4 of the British aircraft over Egyptian territory. 3 of the 4 pilots who parachuted from their stricken Spitfires survived and were helped by local Bedouin, but 2 were then seized by the Israelis. The 4th was dead. According to a Bedouin eyewitness, he was machine-gunned after parachuting. Ben-Gurion ordered one of the British wrecks to be dragged onto Israeli-held territory, making it appear that the plane had violated its sovereignty. Britain sent 4 more Spitfires to learn the fate of the others, now escorted by 15 Tempest aircraft. Reaching as far as Rafah, they, too, were attacked by Israeli aircraft, whose gunners shot down one of the British Tempests, killing its pilot. 2 of the Israeli Air Force pilots involved in the Israeli attacks, Chalmers Goodlin and John McElroy, were U.S. and Canadian citizens respectively, shooting down Allied aircraft in Israel's attempt to conquer land by force. 555. Remarkably, Churchill defended Israel's downing of British aircraft and killing of his own servicemen, and when Bevin condemned the attacks, the famed wartime leader accused him of anti-Semitism. Churchill wrote that when the Israelite aeroplanes, his use of the biblical term itself telling, launched the attack in which 2 British pilots were killed. Ernest Bevin, being temperamentally anti-Semite, made the great mistake of backing Egypt against Israel. Churchill then specifically equates the new Zionist state with the biblical realm. I seem to have heard of it in bygone days, dismisses objections to Israeli aggression and its blocking of UN access, and again calls Bevin anti-Semitic for criticizing Israel's actions. Ironically, in the same note, Churchill worries about the powerful and possibly decisive Jewish vote in New York. 556. When in January 1949 Bevin tried to raise the issue of the Palestinian refugees in the House of Commons, the Israeli creation myth already dominated, and was already enforced by the militarization of the anti-Semitism smear. We cannot handle these problems unless we put ourselves in the other fellow's place, he insisted. There would be trouble in this house and perhaps beyond, if parts of Britain had been handed over to another race, and the present inhabitants had been compelled to make way. He reminded his colleagues of the Arabs' importance in winning the recent war, and of their help in World War I. Churchill, who in the case of Europeans a few years earlier wrote that the violent driving of people from one territory to another, is one of the most horrible events in human history, now dismissed the ethnically cleansed Palestinians as Arabs who had entered Palestine to benefit from the British administration. Sidney Silverman, representative of the now-defunct Nelson and Con constituency in Lancashire, went further. The Palestinians were not driven out by Israel at all, but by Bevin's own agents on the spot, and the Israelis, so far from driving anyone away, they did their utmost to persuade them to stay, and those who did stay were very well treated. Bevin pressed on. The fact is that 500,000 Arabs are gone, and I do not think they walked out voluntarily. I am trying to make a balanced speech. But then the transcript is odd. However, I cannot accept the position that when anybody mentions the Arabs he is. With no further explanation. Well, I will leave it at that, Bevin finished. I will not use the phrase I was about to use, the forbidden phrase, presumably being accused of anti-Semitism. He continued. The marvel to me is that the conscience of the world has been so little stirred over. I hate the refugee problem. I think that the driving of poor innocent people from their homes, whether it is in Germany by Hitler, or by anybody else, is a crime. 557. The Sinai Gaza region where Israel downed the British planes was part of its larger plans to confiscate the entire south. Ben-Gurion promised to precipitously transform Beersheba, which lay on Palestinian side of partition, into a Hebrew town. In response to UN demands that Israel withdraw its illegal occupation, he instead promised to seize it through the largest settlement program that has ever been carried out in Palestine at one time, and laid out plans to establish a chain of semi-military settlements in the whole of the conquered area. 558. And so it was in mid-January 1949 that the prolific New York Times war correspondent, Ann McCormick, already tolled the death knell for any two-state solution. After describing how Israel overstepped the partition and now claim possession of territory they have conquered, she wrote that there is no Palestine, but rather there is Israel and an overcrowded remnant of territory that is not and cannot be a state. Israel will break the heart of its friends yet, the Manchester Guardian wrote when, on February 10, 1949, the new state declared an unconditional, general amnesty for Bernadotte's presumed murderers and 40 members of the Stern gang in custody and many more in hiding even, the paper lamented, as they refused to renounce terrorism. Cyril Marriott, British Consul General in Haifa, wrote that Israeli leaders freed the Lehi suspects not just because they welcomed the crime, but also because they there feared for their own skins and would not have been able to keep them prisoners. Knowing nothing of Belgium, Consul General Nguyen was evidence that the Israeli government was in fact the assassin. Marriott wrote in a government memo that in fact I believe they connived at Bernadotte's murder. 559. An armistice agreement ending hostilities was signed on February 24. It explicitly stated that the ceasefire line agreed to roughly what became known as the Green Line or, in later political parlance, the 1967 borders is not to be construed in any sense as a political or territorial boundary. It was not a de facto legitimization of Israel's illegal conquest beyond the partition, but temporary lines to end hostilities. Sharrat's reaction was typical. Now a Knesset member, he quickly disavowed any commitment even to the ceasefire line, saying that Israel's territory will be determined by possession, not by partition or any other plan. 560. Kermit Roosevelt appraised the situation for the National War College in Washington in November of 1948. Americans do not realize the extent to which partition was refused acceptance as a final settlement by the Zionists in Palestine, must not only have all of Palestine, but Transjordan, part of Syria and Lebanon, parts of Iraq and parts of Egypt as well. 561. Scattered in the rubble of partition was the credibility of the United States. Palestinians had looked with admiration to the U.S. and its lofty principles of liberty and democracy, but that respect now lay shattered. Until now, one could talk to a farmer in a little Arab village in Palestine who has never seen an American, who has never had any contact with American life, and yet he has known over the last years that the people he has most admired in his Arab community, in his larger Arab community, were people who were trained at American schools and who told him what the American views on politics, on world order and on the dignity of human beings were. Their shock at America's betrayal of those principles is one of the most extreme forms of disillusionment I have seen anywhere in the world. Tears would run down his face when Palestinians realized what the United States had done. 562. Impunity sans frontières. The Israeli leaders now state freely, though usually unofficially, their demand for an ever-increasing empire. Their present boundaries are regarded by them as only a beachhead. CIA report, 11 months after Israel declared statehood, the term present boundaries referring not to the borders Israel agreed to with Resolution 181, but to the armistice line, which included more than half the land designated for a Palestinian state and which was supposed to be temporary. 563. The year 1948 left in its wake nearly a million Palestinians purged by Israel because they are not Jewish and more than 400 of their villages destroyed, crippling life even for those spared the immediate ethnic cleansing. This catastrophe Nakba was for the Zionists a miraculous simplification of our task, to quote Weizmann. Like Ben-Gurion, he pretended as though the deed had happened of its own accord through some inexplicable intervention of fate. The Israeli press openly applauded the ethnic cleansing of non-Jews, and the Israeli Foreign Ministry predicted that natural selection would reduce the refugees to a human heap, the scum of the earth. 564. The international community reassured those uprooted people of their unqualified right to return home, and in December the UNGA passed Resolution 194 which, despite odd language, reaffirmed it. Yet the world body did nothing as Israel in its early years killed roughly 5,000 Palestinians for the attempt to go home. 565. The new state's method was self-perpetuating, as it remains today, its blocking of the refugees' return home, its blanket theft of their property, and its continuing violence, all assured the threat that it would cite as the justification for further aggression and ethnic cleansing. No resolution of the United Nations, British officials witnessing the upheaval predicted, will get the Israelis to return the Palestinian land they seized beyond partition, or prevent the expansion of the beachhead they have already secured. 566. MI5, however, suggested that Israel's need for de jure recognition would compel it to agree to fixed borders. The Americans and the Russians have so far recognized no more than the de facto state of Israel. The de jure state cannot exist until its boundaries are defined. S67. This seemed obvious. No nation that refuses to state its claimed geographic limits could be formally recognized. Yet today, several decades after most of the world granted Israel de jure recognition, Israel is still expanding without national borders, while the Palestinians are called upon to recognize a state that occupies their land and refuses to state where, or if, it will stop. A CIA report of March, 1949, warned of the consequences of this sovereignty without borders. Its prophetic title was A Long-Range Disaster. The establishment of the State of Israel by force, with intimidation of Arab governments by the US and the USSR. The Israeli battle victory is complete, but it has solved nothing. If boundaries to an Israeli state, any boundaries, had been set and guaranteed by the great powers, peace might return to the area. On the contrary, we have actually a victorious state which is limited to no frontiers and which is determined that no narrow limit shall be set. The Near East is faced with the almost certain prospect of a profound and growing disturbance by Israel which may last for decades. S68. 3 months later, the CIA suggested that Israel's poor cooperation with efforts to bring a lasting peace, both at the Lausanne Conference and in talks with Syria and Jordan, was a tactic for continued expansion, and the U.S. State Department as well warned of Israel's wild territorial designs. The British rejected Israel's sincerity for peace, as it continued to violate the armistice and was laying claim to everything which they now possessed and to the Gaza Strip as well. Reuven Chiloa, the first director of Mossad, told the U.S. that Israel would never relinquish any of the Palestinian land it had seized, and when British authorities in Tel Aviv pressed him on permanent borders, he replied instead that it would always be Israel's right to take more land as necessary. The ingathering was not complete, as Mappé argued with a favored messianic word, or in Moshe Dayan's more direct language, we have not yet determined whether our existing borders satisfy us. 569. For its first 18 years officially, and longer in practice, Israel enforced martial law based on ethnicity. Jews were exempt. Non-Jews were required to get permits from the military government to leave their village for any reason, paralyzing all aspects of normal daily life: civilian, family, cultural, artistic, economic. Farmers or merchants barred from reaching markets because they are not Jewish had no choice but to sell their produce to Jewish merchants for considerably less, and when non-Jewish husbands and fathers did get permission to leave their village for work, they did so in constant fear of what Israeli soldiers or settlers might do to their families while they were away. 570. Cyril Marriott was an on-the-ground witness in Haifa. The Arab community is living in terror, he reported in early 1949. Workmen are only able to get to work if they produce identity cards at a given office where they have to leave them. A few hours later they are arrested for not having documents of identity. Numbers of young Arabs have recently disappeared. Arab houses are daily invaded by armed Jews, and Arab men are increasingly afraid to go to work because of what may happen to their families in their absence. 571. The United Nations Assembly, Marriott warned, should be aware of the barbarous nature of the country now applying for membership. Yet despite its barbarous nature and defiance of the international body, on May 11 it was admitted to the United Nations. Israel mollified objections with promises of compliance, but reneged on those assurances 24 hours after admission to the world body. It moved government offices to Jerusalem immediately after the UN specifically forbade it, and continued to force out non-Jews from the land under its control. 572. A ready-made state. Israel took over an intact, ready-made country: homes, assets, money, orchards, quarries, 10,000 acres of vineyards, 25,000 acres of citrus groves, 10,000 business establishments, olive groves, and machinery. Despite the massive infusion of foreign capital into Israel and its claims of making the desert bloom, economic analysis demonstrates it was the Palestinians that saved the Israeli state from stillbirth. 573. A few months after its establishment, the value of property Israel had stolen from the Palestinians was put at about ZP 50 million, and the Israel's theft of their financial assets was estimated at between £P 4 million and £P 5 million. When the UN ordered Israel to return the money to its owners, Israel replied that it would agree to do so if any Arab states blocking Arab assets would also return them, on a basis of equal and reciprocal compensation. Arab negotiators were happy to agree to this, but Israel then claimed that its wording obliged them to return only the same amount as what Arab nations had blocked. Only one Arab state had any such account, and the amount was small. The project was dropped. Today, Israel reaps vast financial benefits through the theft of Palestinian natural resources, and micro-control of the Palestinian economy, taxes, tourism, imports, and exports. 574. The commonly cited figure of Palestinians ethnically cleansed in 1948 750,000 is misleadingly low, as it includes only those who were pushed over the armistice line. 80 Palestinian villages were orphaned, partly in what became the West Bank and partly in a newly enlarged Israel, separating homes from farming and grazing lands. By 1952, 1/4 of the people in the West Bank who were not categorized as refugees were, according to a British report, slowly starving as a consequence of Israel's intransigence, and a further substantial proportion are not far above the same level and may soon sink below it. S7s. The Palestine village of Kalkalia, which for generations had lived off its orange groves, is illustrative. Although the entire village lay on the Palestinian side of partition, the armistice line fell between the villagers' homes on the Jordanian-occupied side and their groves on the Israeli-occupied side. The result was that the people of Kalkalia, in the words of Glubb, are starving in their houses and can see their orange groves only 300 yards from their houses. A great many of these wretched people are killed now picking their own oranges and olives just beyond the line. If the Jewish patrol sees him, he is shot dead on the spot, without any questions. 576. Nor does the refugee figure record those driven from their homes by the settlers but who remained in land under Israeli control. Israel continued to seize the property of non-Jews, and by April 1949, it had placed 150,000 Jewish settlers in stolen Palestinians' homes, not including the Palestinian homes commandeered by individual settlers under the protection of the state, as continues today in, for example, Hebron and East Jerusalem. One such post-statehood ethnic cleansing campaign began in Haifa at 6 in the morning on April 7, 1949. Groups of about 100 Israeli soldiers, all armed with Tommy guns, went house to house commandeering homes of non-Jews as Israeli military police looked on, then faced serious Arab baiting after being forced from their homes. British witnesses informed the United States, but hesitated to inform the UN Conciliation Commission for fear that these unfortunate people branded as British stooges and render their situation even worse. Arab leaders, for the same reason, advised the villagers that protest would lead only to Israeli retribution. Many Palestinians ethnically cleansed from their homes, but not pushed over the armistice line, were used by the state for forced labor, sheltering in shacks or caves. 577. Once Israel's UN membership was secured, the Israeli Air Force began strafing West Bank refugees, killing men, women, and children, as well as their livestock. 76 Israeli air violations over Jordan are recorded between December 12, 1949 and October 22, 1950. No Jordanian resistance was possible, as it then had no air force. 7 attacks are recorded in 1950 in which, to quote Glubb, Israeli fighter aircraft machine-gunned farmers and shepherds and herds in the Hebron sector. The specter of Britain's defense treaty with Jordan made IAF strafing uncommon after 1950, though the LAF's harassing violations of West Bank airspace remained commonplace. 578. Fear of ethnic violence by the state continued to dominate the lives of non-Jewish citizens of Israel. Not even the presence of UN observers could protect them from being rounded up by Israeli soldiers and forced into barbed wire compounds in order to loot their homes, spoiled of their gold items and of their money by the Jews, to quote one UN witness before forcing them over the armistice line. 579. Abu Ghosh. One documented case is the village of Abu Ghosh. The people of Abu Ghosh had tried to make peace with the Zionist settlers during the Mandate, and indeed had provided them with assistance. Once the Israeli state was established, they too became victims of mass expulsion and disappearances. In an open letter to the inhabitants of Israel, dated July 10, 1950, the villagers testified that the IDF had repeatedly surrounded our village, taken our women and children the Negev desert, where they met their deaths. Kafr Buryan and Ikrit. The Israeli justice system was, and remains, a maze of official, administrative, and de facto discrimination designed to offer the illusion of consistency and redress. The histories of two Christian villages in the far north, Kafr Buryan and Ikrit, offer a well-documented glimpse at the reality of non-Jewish citizens seeking its protection. During the Mandate, both villages had been known for their friendliness to Jewish settlers. In 1948 the villagers greeted the soldiers with fresh bread and salt when they arrived on their sweep across Palestine. When Israel nonetheless forced them from their villages because they were not Jews, they sought redress through the Israeli legal system. The IDF then bombed and leveled both villages. Yet the villagers persevered through the Israeli courts, but were then informed that they could not return home due to what was called a security situation. Still they worked within the system, asking that the government preserve their title to their land so that when the alleged security issues were resolved, they could return home. Israel built Jewish-only towns on the ruins of their stolen villages. 581. The hundreds of obliterated Palestinian villages had also to be obliterated, metaphysically erased from the map both figuratively and literally. Over their ashes, Israel planted fast-growing non-native trees or erected new villages with biblically suggestive names replacing their Arabic names. For the purpose, in July 1949 Ben-Gurion appointed Israel's first governmental names committee, some of whose members would become important figures in Israel's narrative-driven state archaeology. 582. The ethnic cleansing of Baghdad. Jews of North Africa and the Middle East were needed as cannon and demographic fodder for the state, in the words of Hannah Braun, a Haganah member involved with bringing them into Israel shortly after its founding. Until its ethnic cleansing of 300,000 more non-Jews from Palestine in 1967, Israel's most precipitous post-1948 ethnic cleansing was its destruction of the ancient Jewish community of Iraq, where Jews comprised one-third of Baghdad's population until the Zionist purge. As allegations of the horrific plight of Iraqi Jews circulated in early 1949, the British Embassy in Baghdad tried to sort truth from invention or spin. The general feeling was that there is no reason to apprehend serious pogroms, as matters stood, but that the establishment of the Israeli state has, of course, increased it. The embassy was very conscious of the dual loyalty conundrum that Israel itself had created by claiming to be the state of the Jews. British Jews who danced the Ora in the streets of London, about the hoisting of our flag, cannot now be surprised when people take them at their word. News of anti-Jewish Iraqi violence increased in the Israeli press in September, and in mid-October the Israeli government issued gravely disquieting reports of a new wave of persecution against the Jewish minority in Iraq. The World Zionist Organization warned of coming pogroms, and soon the worst was confirmed, or so it appeared. The pogroms began by April 8, 1950, with a hand grenade thrown from a passing car into a popular cafe, Dar el-Beta, accompanied by leaflets warning Jews to flee Iraq. Such was the alleged emergency that Israel proposed transplanting the entire Iraqi Jewish community by airlift to the new state. The United Jewish Appeal called for every understanding person in the United States to donate money to the effort, stressing that they were in a race against time to rescue Jews who had not yet reached the safety of Israel. The race seemed real, a series of bombings over 14 months hit Baghdad's American Cultural Center and U.S. Information Service Library, a Jewish-owned automobile company, and Jewish homes. The worst single attack was the bombing of Masada Shem Tov Synagogue on January 14, 1951, among whose victims was a 12-year-old boy, electrocuted when a grenade felled a high-voltage line. The U.S. Embassy in Baghdad found itself pressured by the Truman administration to help facilitate the airlift to Israel, while at the same time it was receiving constant reports that the situation was being artificially inflamed from without. The Iraqi government, meanwhile, was, in the words of a CIA official present, loath to lose these Jews, who formed the backbone of the civil service and merchant class, and so tried to create obstacles to limit their exodus. Iraq's chief rabbi, a frequent visitor to the embassy, was urging calm. But the anti-Jewish violence seemed to be the tragic confirmation of the warnings, and so despite his appeals Iraqis began forfeiting their ancient homeland by the tens of thousands to become settlers in the Israeli state. 583. The airlift operation was called Ali Baba, the character who learns the secret phrase "Open Sesame" in the 1001 Nights, now opening the door to Israel. Nor was Zionism's obligatory biblical association overlooked. They were the flight of 42,360 Jews from Iraq to Jerusalem 2.5 millennia ago, when the Persian king Cyrus freed the Jews who had been exiled by Nebuchadnezzar. 584. It materialized quickly but strangely. In May, 1950, an exclusive contract for it went to a company called Near East Air Transport, a previously unknown company that had 2 planes. NEAT began shipping Iraqi Jews to Israel on the 20th of the month, but its 2 aircraft were wholly inadequate to keep up with the exodus of people who were now stranded in Iraq after giving up their homes and citizenship. Yet after having roused the world to such an imminent threat that the funds had to be raised to evacuate them in a race against time, Israel now insisted that no other airline take part in the allegedly urgent mass human migration. In response to criticism, Israel used a phrase that the Jewish agency would have railed against a few years earlier. It replied that there was a regulated plan of absorption of new immigrants, and this regulated plan happened to be the capacity of the 2 aircraft provided by Near East Air Transport. By September, the backlog of Jews waiting to leave Iraq had created a humanitarian catastrophe. In the words of a British witness, 1. The author's FOI request to access TNA document MEPO2/8766, murder of Francis Rex Ferran by parcel bomb, was denied by the British government. 2. In TNA, F512's statement of Dr. Watts says it badly bent a %inch steel plate, whereas another document cites a 14-inch plate. A public statement by Britain during the ethnic cleansing of Haifa mistakenly reported the figure of 35,000 Arabs in the city. In private, officials acknowledged that this was about half the correct number of about 70,000 Arab Christians and Muslims, but debated the risk of correcting it and drawing attention to the error, since considerable damage may be done in the Middle East if any such obvious error on the part of our information service were exploited. See, among others, TNA, Co 537/3860, Red 65, 63, letter from MP. Preston dated May 6, letter from WB. Osborne dated May 1. I can only add that thousands of them literally face starvation, having sold all their belongings and expended the last penny of it, in the expectation of an early departure. Proved utterly inadequate to cope with the situation. 585. Even after the onset of winter, the sufferings of those Jews, Israel not only continued to forbid any assistance, but threatened that it would impound any aircraft that tried to help, as it had already done to 2 aircraft of Britain's Eagle Aviation Limited when they landed in Lydda bringing Jews from Tehran. Why was Israel claiming a life-or-death crisis to save Iraqi Jews from massacre at the hands of their countrymen, yet threatening other countries not to help save them, even as the uprooting now left tens of thousands of them homeless, freezing, and starving? As long as Israel blocked any airline but NEAT, the money it sought was irrelevant. No amount of donations raised could help NEAT ferry the new refugees any faster. Some premonition of what was going on in Iraq might have been seen in a series of bombings in the West Bank villages of Nablus and East Jerusalem in September, which at first baffled the Jordanians, who suspected communists or fighters loyal to the ex-Mufti, but proved to be a covert Israeli sabotage and espionage operation. And so it was with the Iraqi anti-Jewish violence. The Iraqi pogroms were exposed as an Israeli false flag operation to force Iraqi Jews to become human facts on the ground for Israel's stolen land beyond partition. NEAT turned out to be an Israeli outfit, founded jointly by El Al and the owner of Alaskan Airlines, its name designed to obscure identification. As a bonus, the rescue furthered the Israeli narrative of a world inhospitable for Jews. 586. The scheme began to unravel in the summer of 1950 when an Israeli from Acre was recognized in Baghdad by a Palestinian refugee. His arrest led to others and, by June of 1951, to the exposing of the Iraqi operation. The police were led to a vast cache of arms, maps, and Zionist materials, including 426 hand grenades, 33 Tommy guns, 186 pistols, 24,764 bullets, 97 machine gun magazines, and 32 daggers, all spread out among 3 Baghdad synagogues and 2 houses. Further arrests led to the trials of 2 accused bombers of what the police called the Shawara and Tnua terror organizations. In confiscated documents, one of the defendants had written that the cafe grenade that started the panic had very good effect, and congratulated his colleagues on successfully defeating those Jews who had tried to counter the hysteria. The Zionist terror cell, training for which began at age 13, was held responsible for Iraq's bombings. In response, the World Jewish Congress claimed the scandal was part of an anti-Jewish conspiracy and blamed the Muslim Brotherhood. But the Iraqi police were in contact with the U.S. Embassy, a CIA official was present, and the British carefully monitored the proceedings, as well as the evidence, protocol, and even the quality of the special court's president. British witness P.A. Rhodes reported that the trial was conducted fairly, that there was no evidence to support Israeli claims that the defendants were tortured or that there was any irregular procedure by the court. Nothing, he wrote, suggested that the 2 principal suspects were anything but guilty of the charges preferred against them. The explosive devices used in the bombings matched those discovered in the underground caches, and the leaflets warning Jews to flee were written with a typewriter found with the suspects. Among the documents was a letter from Yugal Alon, who would become chief of staff of the IDF and Israeli foreign minister, expressing satisfaction that he had been able to transfer arms into Iraq. 587. The 2 principal conspirators were sentenced to death. 15 of 21 accomplices were given sentences as long as life imprisonment, and as short as 5 months, including time already spent in detention. 6 defendants were found not guilty. In Israel, crowded, dismal refugee camps greeted the approximately 120,000 ex-Iraqi Jews ethnically cleansed by Israel. Their situation made all the worse when hundreds of their tents were destroyed by a particularly strong mid-December gale. For the sake of the settler state, Zionism had within 2 years destroyed a vibrant Jewish community dating back 2.5 millennia. 588. When the false flag Lavon affair broke a few years later, the Israeli defense minister commented that the method had first been tried in Iraq. Teddy Kollek, who was close to then PM Ben-Gurion, defended the ethnic cleansing of Iraqi Jews by arguing that it was better for a country to be homogeneous. The U.S. was not amused. It was one thing, State Department official George McGee remarked, to take Jews from all over the world who were in distress, but it was another matter entirely to attempt to create circumstances which would stimulate immigration of Jews from areas where they were living in peace. Thus when Israel next set its sight on the Jews of Iran, State Department official G. Lewis Jones warned Israel that the U.S. State Department would not favor a deliberately generated exodus there along the lines of the ingathering from Iraq. Israel refuses to release documents relating to the operation. 589. Purge of North African Jews. Israel also turned to North Africa's Jewish communities to quench its need for ethnically correct settlers. As described by Haganah member Hannah Braun, sent to Eliot in 1952 to process arriving Arab Jews and teach them Hebrew. The North African immigrants had not abandoned their homes because of persecution, but as a result of propaganda, intimidation, and false flag Arab terrorism. A punitive Israeli exit tax and loss of original citizenship kept many from returning home once the deceit was exposed. Since these were not European Jews, they were sprayed with DDT at the port of entry and then crammed into extremely primitive reception camps, shipped to the army for 3 years, then settled in the frontier regions with their lesser infrastructure and greater risk of violence across the armistice line. 590. Perhaps the most extreme form of official Israeli racism against non-Europeans Jews was its mass kidnapping of Mizrahi newborns. The infants were taken from their mothers and given to Ashkenazi couples, while their parents were told that the child had died. However suspicious the circumstances surrounding their newborn's disappearance and supposed death, the parents could prove nothing, and the practice persisted through Israel's first decade. Bitter resentment against their uprooting and treatment led Mizrahi Jews to form a resistance group named the Black Panthers. "What did you do, Ben-Gurion?" Victims railed in song. "Would that we had come riding on a donkey and we hadn't arrived here yet. Whoa, what a black hour it was. To hell with the plane that brought us here." The consummate cynicism of Israel's uprooting of Middle Eastern and North African Jews from their homelands is that the Israeli state now uses its ethnic cleansing of both Jews and Palestinians as a racial settling of scores. The former balanced out the latter, the same injustice having been committed against both races. The logic goes, the Palestinians have no grievance. 591. 2 years in, the Palestinian lands, and Israel. Ambassador Kirkbride visited the northern West Bank village of Nablus in the summer of 1950 and described the situation there as gloomy indeed. Its most cultivable land had been taken by Israel, and commodities now had to be imported through Beirut at great expense. Malaria was increasing, and the refugees were crowded into unfit tents that offered little protection against the winter. Nonetheless, there was calm and order in the West Bank, or as Glubb described it, the appearance of normality. Crime statistics are lower than in the days of the Mandate, apparently in contrast to Israel, which seems to be suffering from a crime wave. The low incidence of crime in Arab Palestine is especially remarkable in view of the great fall in the standard of living since Mandate days and the presence of tens of thousands of homeless refugees. 592. Gaza was more horrific still. As described by a Quaker aid worker, the people of the Gaza Strip, who owned fields in no man's land, have, from sheer desperation, plowed, as close to the Jewish lines as it was possible to go. In doing so, they braved the very determined efforts of the Jews, shot and killed various men, women, cows, sheep, camels, donkeys, and so forth. 593. Another Quaker witness spoke of the wretched cave, tent, or hovel that the displaced have called home since their expulsion. The IDF itself was blunt. It had condemned to complete extinction those it had made refugees in Gaza, and the Red Cross reported that about 10 children were dying every day from hunger and cold. Desperate, some refugees risked a nocturnal crossing to Hebron, passing charred animal carcasses that were a constant reminder that they might get blown up by landmines even before risking Israeli soldiers. Those who survived were greeted in Hebron by a somewhat less horrific situation and a typhus epidemic. In one incident of May, 1950, recorded without further explanation, 2 Egyptian aircraft arrived unannounced at Kolandia and dumped 2 loads of destitute refugees on the runway. In the north, more stories of desperation. Non-Jews ethnically cleansed by Israel into southern Lebanon had to brave IDF fire when they crossed the lines to forage for food in what had been their homeland. These the words of an Israeli settler. 594. The Kingdom of Israel. Neither Lehi nor the Irgun continued to exist as such, but some Lehi veterans formed a new terror group, the Kingdom of Israel, supplementing their ranks with 16 to 18-year-olds who were raised with the gang's heroic myths. When in 1953 some of its members were caught and put on trial, 27-year-old Ziv Yevin, son of the writer and historian Yehoshua Yevin, was among those who told the court he had been raised to believe in a Kingdom of Israel. The defendant charged with bombing the Soviet legation in Tel Aviv was ex-Lehi member Yaakov Harudi, who had served in the military police and was the son of the president of Israel's Supreme Military Court. He claimed to have created the Shakespeare volume that killed Rex Feran. Even the Lehi veterans could be young. On trial also was 24-year-old Yafa Dromi, who as a teenager had been a Lehi radio announcer. The kingdom's repertoire included the bombing of the Czech consulate and Soviet legation, and 2 attempts on the life of Konrad Adenauer. On April 16, 1953, as the violinist Jaska Heifetz exited a taxi at Jerusalem's King David Hotel after a performance, he was attacked with an iron pipe by an unidentified Kingdom of Israel member for having programmed Richard Strauss Violin Sonata. Heifetz suffered an injured right wrist, causing him to cancel a Tel Aviv concert scheduled for the following day. As Heifetz maintained that he would perform whatever music he wished, Koi Radio received a telephone warning that he would be killed unless he left Israel. The gang was also suspected in an attempt to burn the Russian minister's car, throwing a hand grenade into the Czechoslovakian legation, and burning shops that sold non-kosher meat. Convicted Kingdom of Israel operatives were briefly imprisoned. Repeating history, Israel commuted their sentences. The name Irgun did pop up now and then, for example in England on the morning of July 25, 1952, when Harold MacMichael, targeted by a letter bomb 5 years earlier, received a new threat to his life, day or night, walking or sleeping, signed LZ.L. But although a British report that year described the Irgun as still very much a force, there is little evidence of it beyond a brand franchise, a glamorous, nostalgic identity to affix to individual initiatives of extra-state terror. 595. Aside from some Kingdom of Israel vigilantism along the West Bank armistice line, these vestiges of Mandate-era terror militias were short-lived and uninvolved with the new state's expansionism. That expansionism was the charge of the Israeli military, whose recruits were taken on training patrols into Palestinian territory in order to overcome their conscience, as the marginalized peace group Agudat Ihud put it, and to get accustomed to killing. When parents who heard about the nature of the training their children were getting asked Agudat Ihud to bring their complaints to the government anonymously, Ben-Gurion, whose diary proves that he himself ordered such missions, dismissed the accusations as imaginary and without foundation. 596. Israel's expulsions of non-Jews continued at the whim of the Israeli police or district administration, as Kirkbride put it, and by making life so miserable that it is impossible for any Arab to contemplate spending a lifetime under Israeli rule. But if stories of abuse reduced the earlier determination of the refugees to go home, it did not stop them. Many tried, despite risking beatings, torture, rape, and murder. In mid-1949, an IDF intelligence officer spoke of the hundreds of Palestinians attempting to return home to the villages of western Galilee that were rounded up and liquidated by military order, tied to a tree and shot in the head being one documented method. In his study of declassified Zionist archives, Benny Morris determined that Israeli troops more or less routinely beat captured infiltrators, sometimes torturing them, and occasionally raped and or murdered them. 597. This continued with impunity because of the pervasive attitude among the Israeli public that Arab life was cheap, and that the killing, torturing, beating, and raping of Arab infiltrators was, if not permitted, at least not particularly reprehensible. 598. Statehood did not end the rape of Palestinian girls and women by Israeli soldiers, such as one early documented case that began on August 22, 1949. Israeli soldiers machine-gunned dead a Bedouin man for sport as he fled in fear, unarmed, up a sand dune, killed 6 of the Bedouin's camels, and kidnapped a girl whose age was estimated to be between 10 and 15. They took her to the IDF camp, stripped her naked, and forced her to stand under a water pipe while the men rubbed her body with soap. 3 soldiers then raped her. After the Sabbath meal, the platoon commander got involved. He ordered soldiers to cut her hair and wash what was left in kerosene. When they finished, they dug her grave right in front of her eyes before shooting her. 599. In 2003 this atrocity surfaced in the Israeli and British press, reported as though it were a dark secret newly unearthed, a regrettable aberration of the fledgling state, terrible but singular. As would become a pattern, the state insulated itself by passing blame onto the war's Jewish survivors. These were IDF soldiers, yes, but they were World War II DPS, and thus they were something apart, of low professional and moral level, as it was reported. Yet the elite pal match and cultured officers were specifically cited by soldiers as eager participants in such crimes. Israel's final violence against the girl was the exploitation of her memory for the state's ritual absolution, burying its sin in the Negev along with its victim, name unknown. 600. In 1950, Ben-Gurion still referred to an IDF battalion as prone to raping and murdering Arab girls. On March 16 of that year, 3 Palestinian children, 2 girls and a boy, were kidnapped from the Gaza Strip by Israeli soldiers. The soldiers gang-raped both girls, then murdered all 3 children. When the villagers responded to the atrocity with an ambush on an IDF car, Israel mortared the village. We do know the name of a 26-year-old woman kidnapped and blindfolded by an Israeli patrol 5 months later, on August 15, Khadija bint Suleiman. Khadija was picking fruit in her family's own grove, but which the armistice line had orphaned onto the Israeli side. Held at the Israeli police station in Abu Ghosh, she was beaten and raped by 4 Israeli constables. When both the Red Cross and UNRWA confirmed the charge, Israel accused the ICRC of disseminating anti-Israel propaganda and called for the removal of the Red Cross representative. 601. Another organization with which Israel was frequently at odds was the Mixed Armistice Commission, created by the United Nations to supervise the truce that ended the 1948 war. Composed of separate organizations for each of Israel's 4 de facto borders, Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, and Egypt, each of the 5 countries had a representative, and UN observers monitored the borders and investigated complaints. Records demonstrate that complaints were given a fair hearing and investigators were thorough, though the MAC had no power of enforcement. One of the early issues the MAC investigated became known as the Wadi Araba incident. The Wadi Araba incident. In the first days of June, 1950, 87 half-dead naked men and boys as young as 7 began turning up on the western frontier of southern Jordan, the Wadi Araba desert region to the south of the Dead Sea. They were the survivors of about 120 infiltrators seized by Israel in various parts of the land under its control and marched into this desert to their likely deaths. Approximately 34 of the victims perished, among them at least 2 girls, one who did not survive the desert and another who the IDF shot dead when she attempted to escape. 602. Israel had conducted such forced marches during its 1948 ethnic cleansing, in which children and the elderly in particular perished. The Wadi Araba expulsion was exceptional, however, in that many of the victims survived when found by Bedouin and Arab Legion patrols, and that their stories were documented and corroborated. 2 years into Israeli statehood, these accounts offer an unparalleled examination of Palestinian infiltrators, who they were, their motivations, how Israel dealt with them, and how Israeli media reported it. Since they were arrested over a wide area and over a period of several months, we can assume that they are a representative sampling of such people. 3 chroniclers interviewed the survivors, a representative from the International Red Cross, a Belgian observer from the MAC, and a correspondent from the Observer. 51 survivors are accounted for in 49 interviews by these 3 observers. The survivors' stories closely corroborated. 603. In late May, the prisoners were collected into a camp at Kutra, a concentration camp in Israel run on Nazi lines, as Kirkbride described the facility. All were suffering from extreme malnutrition, many had been tortured. Early on the morning of Wednesday, May 31, they were blindfolded and loaded onto 2 trucks, with no water or other supplies, and driven south under Israeli soldier escort fore and aft. Later that day they reached a military camp which they surmised was near Beersheba. An Israeli woman from a southern kibbutz witnessed their arrival 6:04. Two large trucks arrived, packed with blindfolded Arabs. The way the Arabs were crowded together was inhuman. Those of us standing nearby had witnessed no bad behavior on the part of the Arabs, who sat frightened, almost one on top of the other. Jumped up and began to hit across their blindfolded eyes, and when he had finished, he stamped on all of them and then, in the end, laughed uproariously and with satisfaction at his heroism. I ask, the woman from the kibbutz finished, does this not remind us exactly of the Nazi acts towards the Jews? Having already endured the long drive in the heat, the prisoners asked for water. The Israeli soldiers brought water and the Palestinians' blindfolds now removed so that they could see poured it away on the ground in front of the Arabs. None of the roughly 60 people in each of the two trucks were allowed to descend, not even to relieve nature. Blindfolded again, they were trucked several more hours. About midnight, blindfolds removed, they found themselves at completely uninhabited desert. The soldiers ordered them to walk into it. As summarized from the interviews, the general direction indicated to them seemed to be southeast. They were told that anyone who ran north would be shot. This procedure was then applied, the men being taken forward in groups of 4. As each party ran off into the darkness, bursts of fire were opened on them by the Jews. 6:05. The interviewers described the spot as one of the hottest, wildest, and most utterly desolate areas in the world, and is infested by snakes, wolves, and hyenas, so that the missing persons may well have been eaten by wild animals. The post nearest to where they were released was Tahal, about 10 miles away, but none of them found it in under 36 hours since it lay east-northeast. Others walked 25 to 28 miles and climbed a range of mountains 3,000 feet high, before arriving at inhabited country in the vicinity of Shobek. 6:06. All were weak from hunger and extreme thirst. Many were suffering from torture, including beatings, whipping, teeth smashed off by rifle butts, hearing loss from beatings on the ears, and fingernails torn out. Some adults who collapsed along the way had to be abandoned by those still conscious in order to save the children among them. Yet the Wadi Araba incident might have slipped by little noticed had the journalist Philip Toynbee not been passing through Amman and heard of the survivors. The Observer published his shocking account in which Toynbee, who had been a supporter of Zionism, now compared the Israeli regime to Nazi Germany. 6:07. Who were these infiltrators? All but 4 of the survivors who were interviewed had been ethnically cleansed by Israel and were attempting either to reach the West Bank from Gaza, or to reach their homes in an attempt to rejoin their families or retrieve property. For all but 4, starvation resulting from the ethnic cleansing was the common driving force, fathers or sons hoping to save their starving families. For 2 of the remaining 4, the Desert March was itself their ethnic cleansing. They had escaped the 1948 purge. The last 2 were chance outsiders, a man from Sudan making a pilgrimage to Hebron, and a student at Al-Azhar University in Cairo en route to his home in Tyre to get money to complete his studies. 1. After Toynbee's expose, the Jerusalem Post repeated the government denial. These infiltrators posed a grave threat to Israel, yet they had been well treated. Still, with 3 hours before sunset, they had been released to an Arab Legion post directly in front of them. But as Israel denied everything publicly, it placated U.S. unease by claiming that an investigation was in progress, and indeed, an internal Israeli memo advised the government simply to promise an inquiry in order to settle things down. 6:08. The systematic expulsion of non-Jews continued. 5,548 people were known to have been pushed over the line in the half-year ending January 1951, or 1 every 47 minutes. Atrocities were whitewashed by the government to the extent of forging victim statements, and the brutality, Glubb noted, is too general to be due only to the sadism of ordinary soldiers. For example, when on the night of October 20, 1950, IDF soldiers seized and tortured 7 Palestinians in the town of Jish in Upper Galilee, some suffering severe injuries, they did so under the leadership of the local military governor. 609. The Yalu village incident, November 2, 1950. I came from Deir Ayyub and live with my family in Yalu village. Yesterday morning my son Ali, my daughter Fakhriye, and my niece Khadijah went to the southern side of Yalu to gather wood. So began the translated testimony of 32-year-old Muhammad Ali Muhammad, a native of Deir Ayyub ethnically cleansed by Israel 2 years earlier, now a refugee in Yalu. Muhammad's son Ali was 12 years old, his daughter Fakhriye, 10. As recounted by the niece, 8-year-old Khadijah. After sunrise my cousin Ali and his sister Fakhriye, and I went to the old Legion trenches to the south of Yalu to gather wood. While we were collecting wood below the trenches, I saw someone looking at us. I could only see the upper part of him, I mean his head and shoulders. I called to my cousin Ali, "This is a Jew," and I ran away. Bullets raced past her as she ran, one hitting her in the leg. Her father, Muhammad's younger brother Abd el-Hamid Ali, heard them. I heard shots about 200 yards from my house. I got up to see what was the matter, and Khadijah saw me. She was crying and shouting and had a bullet in her left leg above the knee. I found out from her that she had been collecting wood with her cousins Ali and Fakhri to the south of Yalu and that the Jews had come on them there. She had escaped. He ran the direction of the two children while Khadijah ran to tell her uncle, their father, and was then attended to with iodine. Both brothers now stood on a hilltop at the south end of Yalu from where they could see the children in the distance, being taken away by 12 Israeli soldiers. The younger brother. I looked southwards from the top of the hill and saw about 12 Jews north of Deir Ayyub. The distance between us was about 400 yards, I could see the two children Ali and Fakhri with them, and they all went to the village school south of the main road. It need not even be said that the men's instinct was to race to save the children from the soldiers, but both knew without question that they would not live to reach them, that the very attempt would instead further endanger them. All they could do was watch and hope. The younger brother continued. There near the olive grove I saw them place the two children and stand to the north of them. Then I heard about 7 shots. I saw the two children fall to the ground when they were shot at .610. Even now, their only chance of reaching the bodies was to keep vigil for an opportunity to avoid the Israel soldiers. To quote from the formal report, it is indicative of the terror which the Israel army have infused into the Arab civilians living near the demarcation line, that no one, not even the children's father and uncle who witnessed the crime, dared to go down the hillside to where the bodies lay. Until dusk, they had to go down a hillside to the wadi bed, a distance of about half. They found Ali dead, with 2 bullets in his head and neck. Fakhriye had been shot 4 times but was still breathing. The uncle carried the boy's body back, while Muhammad carried his daughter, who was brought to a hospital in Ramallah. There she made a statement to the authorities. This morning I went with my brother Ali and my cousin Khadijah to Yalu lands to gather wood. Suddenly 6 armed Jews came upon us. Khadijah ran away. They shot at her, but I don't know if they hit her or not. They caught me and my brother Ali and took us down to the wadi near Yalu and near our village. There they shot us with their stands. After that the Jews left us and went away by the road. I remained near my brother all day till my uncle Abd el-Hamid Ali and my father Muhammad Ali and other people came. They brought us away. I don't know what happened after that. Fakhriye died at 6 o'clock the next morning. As Benny Morris writes, most Israeli atrocities went unwitnessed by outsiders. Like Wadi Araba, this atrocity was different. It was witnessed, and corroborating testimony by 2 of the victims was recorded by the authorities, and the atrocity hit the British press, saddling Israel with another public relations problem. Questions were raised in the House of Commons, and the British Zionist establishment's denials convinced few. 1951 Yalu village itself was attacked less than 3 months later, on January 29, 1951, by about 16 Israeli soldiers descending on. The author has relied on the witnesses' actual testimony in British archives rather than the Arab Legion report, which appears to inadvertently confuse a few details, example that the children were shot in the ditch where they were discovered, as well as Fakhriye's age. The bodies of 10-year-old Fakhriye and 12-year-old Ali, murdered execution style by the Israel Defense Forces on November 2, 1950 near Yalu village. The village from two directions while attacking with gunfire and grenades. In 1967 Israel ethnically cleansed and leveled Yalu, and Israel's Canada Park now stands on its ruins and those of neighboring Deir Ayyub and Beit Nuba. 611. Sharafat. The Tulkarm area was invaded by Israeli soldiers on the night of February 2, and the following day the IDF killed 3 Palestinians in an attack on Safa. The attacks then grew bolder. On the night of February 7, the soldiers invaded Sharafat, near Jerusalem, and blew up 2 houses, killing 13 and wounding 5. 12 of those killed were women and children, and more than half were under 15. When a special MAC meeting was called the next day to address the Sharafat massacre, the Israeli representative insisted that it be put at the bottom of the list of outstanding matters and walked out when this was not agreed to. The UN information officer confirmed that the attack was carried out by the Israeli army with Israeli army equipment, but that in view of the Israeli delegation's attitude there was no likelihood of MAC being able to do anything in the matter. Next, Beit Nuba and Emmaus like Yalu, depopulated by Israel 16 years later, were attacked, but successfully defended by the National Guard. The village of Falma, however, was too small to have either police or National Guard. In the small hours of the morning of February 9, an Israeli patrol slipped about 2 kilometers inside Jordanian territory and attacked the small village. As reported by the Arab Legion. Failing apparently to achieve any bloodshed, they then knocked down the door of a house and threw in a hand grenade, killing a man, his son, and daughter, who were asleep in bed. The targets were apparently random, and no explanation was offered. 612. The Sharafat massacre followed a period of mounting attacks against Arab villages, as the Manchester Guardian reported. The paper, which had for years been staunchly pro-Zionist, now suggested that Israel was engaged in a deliberate terroristic policy against the Palestinians, whereas Haaretz defended the attacks even as it acknowledged that the victims were innocent. Most tellingly, the liberal Israeli paper claimed that events perhaps justified the ultimate acquisition by Israel of Arab Palestine, that is, that Israel should annex the West Bank and Gaza. When Israel did precisely that in 1967, it ethnically cleansed much of Sharafat to build Jalo settlement, and as Jalo expanded, it farther destroyed Sharafat's non-Jewish homes, vineyards, and orchards to make way. 613. A week after Sharafat, Jordanian officials, hoping to establish frontier cooperation, met in Jerusalem with Israel's General Mordecai Makelf, a veteran of notorious Operation Hiram and soon to become Israeli Chief of Staff. When Makelf blamed the troubles on infiltrators, the Jordanian representatives asked for more information. In response, the general waved his arm in a noble gesture and said he was prepared to forgive us. Similarly, when at a MAC meeting the Israeli representative was asked why they made their allegations difficult for the MAC to investigate, he answered that since the Arabs knew what they did, why should Israel have to give any details? The investigative journalist Colin Reed published an analysis of Israel's interaction with the MAC in January. His conclusions mirrored those of British government documents which he could not have seen. As a matter of policy, he found, details were not published or reported to the authorities. Only the charge was reported, and often too late to follow up. Israel constantly varied its claims, no two statements coinciding, with even the place names changing, so that a single claim appeared to be many claims. The allegations were filed as much as 5 months after the alleged incidents, and accompanied by artificial complaints of Palestinian aggression so as to considerably obscure the issue to the press. Allegations never bore any date of origin or filing, rarely indicated the date of the act complained of, and were submitted in batches. In concert with these methods, Israel subjected Palestinian charges to skillfully constructed procedural obstruction. 615. On April 2, an Israeli patrol attacked 4 unarmed Palestinians collecting brushwood near Hebron, 2 escaped, but the bodies of the other 2, aged 18 and 62, were later recovered by the MAC and IRC investigators. The IDF had cut off their sexual organs, skinned their buttocks, stabbed their sides with bayonets, and fired Sten gun rounds into their skulls. 616. In the north, Israel was illegally draining Lake Hula and continued to do so in defiance of the UN and threat of US sanctions, both of which had proven impotent. Ben-Gurion, in New York in May, reiterated Israel's refusal to address the Palestinian land it had stolen beyond the partition, and stated that it would take all the demilitarized zones as well. For a moment, it appeared that Israel had finally gone too far when it pirated aircraft parts from a U.S. vessel, prompting the State Department to withhold arms exports. But this was quickly reversed. The U.S. Congress instead prepared an unconditional grant of $150 million to Israel, leading U.S. Secretary of Labor Maurice Tobin, then in Israel, to propose that the grant at least be contingent on Israel abiding by UN resolutions. This, too, failed. 617. Idna, the target of several earlier attacks, was invaded again on the 23rd of May. Kirbet Nayar, 2 kilometers inside the West Bank, was attacked on July 11 by 6 to 8 Israeli soldiers who threw grenades into a house, killing an 8-year-old girl and Eastern Christmas Eve in the village of Christ's Birth, 1952. A tragedy unfolded at the end of 1951 which, like the Wadi Araba incident, illustrates the Israeli state's need for a perceived external threat and the manipulation of news and information. It demonstrates, further, how Israel's need for a crime to conform to its political constructs can mean that it must deliberately fail to solve the crime. It began with the rape and murder of a young Israeli woman from the town of Malha. On December 4, 18-year-old Lee Festinger disappeared. 22 days later, her body was discovered in a cave. There were no tracks, as rains had flooded the area, no evidence, and no suspects. Arab infiltrators were, however, automatically blamed. Similarly, when on the night of December 30 a woman in Jerusalem was murdered, the notoriously overworked and understaffed Israeli police blamed Arab infiltrators because someone claimed to have seen men in torn khaki clothes in the area. Yet Israel's ongoing domestic violent crime, including rape, was so rampant that when Lee Festinger's body was discovered, even the Jerusalem Post warned against using infiltrators as scapegoats. Murder, rape, and robbery in Israel have taken on alarming proportions. By no means all the incidents can be blamed on infiltrators or remnants of war psychosis among either immigrants or old-timers. We are faced with a political situation in which no crime is too crude or pathological to be exploited. 619. Intolerance, as a British report noted, explodes into violence with appalling ease in Israel. Nonetheless, Jordan, aware that West Bankers were the presumed suspects, immediately asked Israel for any evidence they might have about the murderer so that steps could be taken. Israel replied that there was no need for Arabs to bother with evidence, since we have our own methods of dealing with this sort of thing. 620. Those methods came on the night of Eastern Christmas Eve, January 6, 3 attacks surrounding Bethlehem, timed to coincide with the start of the Great Midnight Procession to the Church of the Nativity in this predominantly Christian area and the site of Christ's birth. 1952. As one Israeli patrol blew up a house near Beit Jala, about 2 kilometers west of Bethlehem, another bombed 2 houses 1 kilometer north of Bethlehem, near the Greek Orthodox monastery of Mar Elias. A third IDF patrol crossed 3 kilometers of no man's land in the Latron salient and opened fire on the village of Imwas. It happened that some British MPs had come for the Christmas Eve procession, and so there were early outside witnesses to the carnage. The MAC's U.S. commander E.H. Hutchison was there as well. No person could live long enough, he wrote, to become callous to such a sight of massacred men, women, and children. 621. Israeli leaflets, printed on pink paper by cyclostyle, were scattered in Beit Jala and Mar Elias, announcing that the attacks were in retaliation for the rape and murder of the Jewish girl on December 4. The leaflets were identical except for the name of the accused village. 622. Israel frames its Christmas Eve victims. Israel, to be sure, had never named any suspects for Lee Festinger's murderer, and had still not named a single suspect when at the next MAC meeting the Jordanian representative put on record the names of the Christmas Eve victims. Upon presenting the committee members with the names of the dead, an extraordinary fraud took place openly, but for which the MAC could do nothing. Some minutes after the occupants of the demolished houses were named in the MAC by the Jordan representative, one of the Israeli representatives left the room and returned with a slip of paper on. Above, Bethlehem area, Eastern Christmas morning 1952 victims of the Christmas Eve massacre are pulled from the rubble. Below, cyclostyle leaflets scattered at Mar Elias framing that vil murder of Lee Festinger, the same as those left at Beit Jala degree are name of the village. Sept 4. Which were written 3 names, allegedly those of the Jewish girls' murderers. They were those of the householders just previously named by Jordan as the victims of the assault. The senior Israeli delegate then said, "We have the names of the people who carried out, but I did not want to pass them on before 623. And so Israel posthumously framed 3 of its Christmas Eve victims for Lee Festinger's rape and murder. Spreading the lie to the media, Israel announced that the houses blown up on Christmas Eve appeared to be inhabited by the 3 infiltrators whose names were given the Jordanian delegation as responsible. As would happen again whenever Israeli aggression required framing a particular area or village for a particular crime, the fraud meant that the actual murderer had to remain free. Even the attempt to solve the crime would lay bare the official lie. As for the soldiers responsible for the Christmas Eve massacre, Ramadi, the Israeli representative, refused to do anything, telling the MAC that the armistice agreement only provides for prevention. The MAC chairman suspected that the Christmas Eve atrocities were intended to provoke Arab hostilities which would be capitalized abroad by the Israelis. 624. A week after the Bethlehem massacre, on January 13, a father and son working on the lands of Kremasin, the area near Bethlehem known for its wine, were seized by 9 IDF soldiers, taken into the Israel area, and butchered. 5 days later, 3 villagers working a vegetable plot were murdered in similar fashion, marched a few hundred meters further into Israel and gunned down at point-blank range. The same formula was used in the murder of 2 more villagers the next day. Between February and May, 39 Israeli attacks on the West Bank were recorded, involving the murder of civilians, including farmers asleep in their field, the targeting of UN observers, theft of livestock, and kidnappings. 625. On May 7, about a kilometer inside Jordanian territory between Kafan and Nazlat Issa, an Israeli patrol of about 32 soldiers opened fire on harvesters at a range of about 200 yards, among them a 60-year-old woman too feeble to run. On the night of May 20, an Israel patrol laid a delayed action mine against a house on the outskirts of Kafan village. When it exploded at about 1:30 in the morning, a 16-year-old boy and 2 children aged 5 and 6 were killed outright, and a baby of 1.5 years died while being extracted from the rubble. The father was asleep in his field, having left the teenage son to take care of the family in his absence. As in distant Bethlehem, leaflets were again left behind announcing that the bombing was retribution for the murder of a Jewish girl. A senior Belgian UN observer joined those warning that Israel was attacking in order to create a war. Jews are deliberately working up the tension and the shooting with a view to provoking the Arab Legion to retaliate and then blaming us and starting up the war again. 626. Mt. Scopus and the Beryl incident. Relations between Israel and the United Nations reached a crisis in June of 1952 over Mount Scopus, an area in northeast Jerusalem that lay on the Palestinian side of the armistice line but which Israel occupied. The UN tolerated Israel's occupation of Mt. Scopus with the stipulation that it not be militarized. Israel, however, was digging trenches along the hill, defying UN demands that it stop, and was smuggling in weapons. It was caught on June 4, when one of its convoys heading for Mt. Scopus was stopped at the UN border crossing at the Mandelbaum Gate, and a UN guard dipped a test rod into one of the oil drums it was transporting. The rod struck a heavy object concealed beneath. As the drum was removed from the truck to be checked, the Israeli driver pretended to have engine trouble, pushed the truck to make it roll toward the Israeli checkpost, jumped in, and escaped with the rest of the evidence. After much deliberation, it was agreed that the impounded barrel would be opened on June 20 at 12:30, in front of international observers and representatives from Israel and Jordan. For safekeeping until then, it was rolled into the bathroom of the MAC headquarters and locked. That meeting, however, never took place. As described by U.S. Commander Hutchison, at noon on the appointed day, the door of the MAC office burst open and 3 Israeli officers, with pistols drawn and escorted by 2 enlisted men who were holding Thompson submachine guns at the ready, marched into the room. 627. The Israelis commandeered the UN office, prevented the examination of the barrel, replaced the MAC's key to the bathroom with their own, kept guard over UN personnel and answered the UN's phones. The MAC itself now hijacked by Israel, MAC personnel kept vigil by the door, taking turns throughout the night to prevent any action going unwitnessed. Israel's next move was its smoke screen. It issued an aide-memoire requesting the immediate replacement of the United Nations personnel involved in this disreputable incident. A new date was set, July 10, to open the barrel, now with the presence of Israel's friend, U.S. General William Riley, commander of the UN Truce Supervision Organization. With Riley in charge, Israel had no objections to proceeding. When, as before, the rod struck a significant object inside the barrel, to everyone's astonishment, Riley declared that it would be returned to Israel unopened against violent opposition by de Ritter and Sloan and against the views of almost his whole staff. As Hutchison explained, Riley's action made the entire peacekeeping endeavor meaningless, since Israel's violations carried no risk. Foreseeing the barrel incident win as another watershed in Israeli intransigence, the British in Jerusalem warned the Foreign Office that the Israeli use of force has thus paid handsome dividend and I fear the consequences may be far-reaching. 628. Describing Israel's occupation of Mt. Scopus as a dangerous anomaly, officials wrote in despair of their inability to bring the Israelis to heel. Some advocated the suspension of UN convoys to Mt. Scopus until Israel cooperated, but this, too, was not pursued because of the surety that Israel would respond with force. In the words of Commander Hutchison, who by his own account had gone to the Middle East pro-Israel, had the Jordanians been guilty of these deeds, Israel would have spelled them out in banner headlines from Baghdad to Fresno. 629. Israel's ethnic cleansing of Palestinians continued both by force and by making it so uncomfortable for its remaining Arabs, as the CIA reported in late 1952, that eventually they will all try to emigrate. Among those methods, Bedouin were forced to sign requests to move to Jordan, under the threat of expulsion to unproductive desert if they refused. In another method, witnessed by Hutchison, the IDF broke and ignited benzene-filled beer bottles over the humps of their camels, burning the animals alive in order to make even the hides unsalvageable. Moshe Dayan stuck to the script of an existential threat. According to Kalek, Dayan had his soldiers chase Bedouin in jeeps, firing at them and killing several in order to provoke them to attack army patrols, which was what Dayan was looking for, giving him the reason to wage a mopping-up campaign. The violent commandeering of Palestinian homes by Jewish Israelis continued with impunity as well, Israel maintaining that it cannot evict a Jew from a house once he has gone inside it, no matter the circumstances. 630. Mt. Scopus, again. The stranger than fiction intrigue of Mt. Scopus continued on the night of December 13, 1952, when Israeli soldiers were caught running an arms cache past the border. They fled, leaving behind 6 U.S. Army man-packs filled with 1,000 rounds of rifle ammunition, 2,000 rounds of Sten gun ammunition, 6 81mm mortar shells, 6 2-mortar shells, 3 90-volt dry batteries, 24 hand grenades, and a tin of detonators, all destined for Mt. Scopus. Twice during the night, the Israelis attempted to retrieve the arms, but were driven back. Throughout the next day, the MAC tried to contact Israeli authorities, but were continually told that no one was available to speak to them. The ritual obfuscation came the following day, when Israel filed what Hutchison described as perhaps the most ridiculous allegation received during the history of the mission. The culprits were not Israeli, but Jordanian marauders who had stolen ammunition from an Israeli army dump and wounded an Israeli soldier. To the MAC's credit, it nonetheless took the allegation seriously, and had the Israelis submit evidence and walk the investigators through the alleged events. After the Israeli claim proved farcical and the MAC condemned Israel for the breach of the armistice, Israel responded by launching an international campaign against Chairman de Ritter. Soon, de Ritter needed a bodyguard. The harassment continued, and although de Ritter stood firm, the UN did not. Under what Hutchison referred to as Israel's constant pressure on the UN, he was eventually removed from his position. The Israeli smokescreen of words was described by John Wilson upon leaving the British delegation in Tel Aviv in mid-1953. Israeli officials have built up a sickening jargon. The air is thick with propaganda. Misleading stories and press campaigns are worked up. Censorship stifles the dissemination of honest news. Several observers noted how the Israeli state, following in the footsteps of the Jewish Agency, conjured such hysteria with its manipulation of the news that it found itself having to take action against the threats it had invented. 631. 5 years of Israeli terror against those it made refugees finally produced the inevitable, and it would seem intended, result. Palestinian reprisal raids were now a threat. As Glubb put it, Jewish terrorism made the infiltrator into a gunman. He infiltrators are the dispossessed. The creation of a vast horde, nearly 1 million of dispossessed, who 4 years after the battle are still wholly prevented from returning to their lands and villages now lying fallow or given over to Israeli immigrants, all these are Israel's doing, and they have created a landless, and a depressed community of almost ungovernable proportions on the fringes of Israel. 632. Yet few infiltrators were armed even as late as the Suez crisis, and fewer still crossed the armistice with the intent to cause harm. Typical infiltrators, according to the British ambassador to Jordan, Geoffrey Furlonge, were hungry refugee children risking their lives to steal. Consistent with expansionist goals, Israel appeared to exacerbate the desperation as the opportunity offered. In Qalqilya there were several impoverished families near the armistice line who depended on a single cistern which, according to the MAC, lay well within a 20-yard uncertainty of the armistice line. Once the line was set more clearly, the cistern ended up 3 yards into the Israeli side. Israel did not use the cistern, but for the families Israel had displaced, its water meant survival, and so the MAC asked that they be allowed to access it. Israel refused. Any Arab who tried to make the extra few steps to the water, its representative assured the MAC, would be shot dead. Israeli raids into the West Bank continued. 2 IDF paratrooper companies were sent to Idna and Falama on the night of January 22 with orders blow up houses and kill their inhabitants, but were intercepted by National Guardsmen, though a repeat attack against Falama 6 days later was more successful. On February 25 an IDF patrol murdered 5 shepherds, the youngest age 13, mutilated their bodies and stole their flock of 177 sheep. 633. Jerusalem maneuvers. April 22 brought what became known as the Jerusalem Incident, in which both the Jordanians and the Israelis accused the other of initiating a bloody sunset encounter along the armistice line. 2 pieces of evidence pointed to Israel. 1. It was learned that Israel knew there would be such an incident. The lady friend of an Israeli soldier stationed at an advanced post happened to be employed at a French convent on the border. The day before the incident, April 21, he warned her not to go to the convent's garden the next day because there were going to be maneuvers. She alerted the Mother Superior. 2. Israeli fire was from the first moment coordinated over a wide area. Judging by his own military experience, a senior investigating officer explained, he could not understand how such widespread and simultaneous firing by the Israelis took place unless there had been a preset time or signal, that is, unless the Israelis were the initiators of the violence. The UN reached no verdict on culpability, Contrary to the views of the British General Consul in Jerusalem, the United Nations staff, and both the US and British consuls in Amman, for whom the evidence pointed wholly to Israel. According to Ambassador Furlonge, Israel escaped blame because of General Riley, the same who saved Israel in the Beryl incident the previous summer, having resorted to the suppression of evidence in withholding from the UN such information unfavorable to Israel. It was, according to Globe, again General Riley who stepped in for Israel to block any investigation of an alleged May 17 attack on the village of Beitzera. 634. 3 days after Beitzera, small parties of Israelis penetrated into the West Bank and attacked 5 villages in the Tulkarm area. According to the British in Amman and Nablus, they laid mines at doors and windows of a house and then lobbed hand grenades through the windows and directed machine gun fire at the doors. An attack the next night on the village of Jabba provides a concise example of Israel's pattern of obfuscation. After Israel blew up a house in Jabba, near Jerusalem, killing a woman and child, it refused to allow the MAC to investigate, dismissing the attack as an internal matter for Jordan. In response, de Ridder proposed modifying MAC procedure to permit UN observers to investigate incidents, although the one party may not agree that incident is a breach of armistice agreement. This would of course be equally binding on both parties, but although Jordan agreed, Israel refused. Next, Israel alleged an attack by Palestinians which it had never previously cited, but that it now dated at about the same time as its own attacks on Tulkarm and Jabba, thus balancing the situation. Despite the suspect circumstances, the MAC was fully ready to investigate and Jordan was fully prepared to cooperate. But Israel then refused the MAC's procedure for investigating the very accusation it had used to obfuscate investigation of its own attack, and there the matter ended. Throughout these years, Israel exerted control of news and information to keep its public sheltered in the belief that they were the victims. In June, the British consulate in Jerusalem again complained of the mythology constituting news in Israel. The Israeli government has created a situation in which no ordinary Israeli can learn the truth about border incidents. The only picture available is approximately the reverse of the truth. As for the Arab press in Jordan, while it is not notable for accuracy, on the whole it presents a substantially reliable picture of the border incidents, if only because Jordan is generally the innocent party. 636. The pattern continued. The MAC judged that there was no evidence to link 2 murders in Beit Jibrin on August 8 to West Bank infiltrators, but Israeli reprisals nevertheless followed swiftly 3 days later. On the night of August 11 to 12, Israel forces attacked Wadi Fukin, Suarez, and Idna using demolition mines, Bangalore torpedoes, 2-inch mortars, machine guns, and small arms. As reported by UN investigators, bullet-riddled bodies near the doorways and multiple bullet hits on the doors of the demolished houses indicated that the inhabitants had been forced to remain inside until their homes were blown up over them. Unit 101 and Gaza. The Israeli Air Force's strafing of Gaza resumed in July, and it was this summer that Israel's elite terror militia, Unit 101, began its raids. On August 28, the young Ariel Sharon led Unit 101 in an attack against the Burej refugee camp in Gaza in an alleged search for infiltrators, but what the MAC described as an appalling case of deliberate mass murder. Using automatic weapons, hand grenades, and incendiary bombs, 43 men, women, and children whom Israel had ethnically cleansed 5 years earlier were killed, and 22 seriously injured. Israel's smokescreen to the Gaza refugee camp massacre came 3 days later, when Tel Aviv radio reported terrible news: Arabs had attacked UNRWA warehouses in Gaza. The story served its purpose, but it was a fabrication that it was entirely without foundation. Came directly from the acting director of UNRWA, Leslie Carver. 637. After the MAC dismissed Israeli claims that the Israeli village of Azer, near Lydda, was attacked by infiltrators on September 7, 4 IDF patrols nonetheless crossed into the West Bank in retaliation. They attacked a shepherd, stole his flock, and kidnapped a 25-year-old Palestinian woman who was collecting firewood. The fate of the woman remains unknown. When the MAC demanded that she be freed, Israel replied that she had suddenly died. To demands that her body be returned to her family, Israel replied that she had already been buried. 638. Israel's ongoing activity in the south at this time, though less visible, would ultimately prove more decisive. A CIA report dated September 20 summarized. In the past 2 weeks, Israeli troops have made almost daily armed incursions into the neutral zone and attacked Arab Bedouin settlements. Moreover, the insistence of UN observers that the Israelis leave the zone has apparently been ignored, apparently a deliberate move on the part of the Ben-Gurion government to gain control of the El Ajah zone. 639. Kibiya. October of 1953 began relatively quietly. The MAC condemned Israeli ambushes on October 10 and rejected an Israeli claim of an attack on the 11th for lack of evidence. However, when on the 13th a grenade was thrown into a house in the Israeli town of Yehud, killing a woman and 2 of her children, the Jordanians themselves acknowledged the possibility that the murderers had come from the West Bank. Glub immediately flew to Jerusalem and met with Hutchison. They arranged for the Israelis and their tracking dogs to follow the tracks wherever they may lead. The bloodhounds, however, lost the scent in Rantais, due east of Yehud. 640. The following evening, October 14, Sharon's Unit 101 invaded the West Bank village of Kibiya, using the well-proven maneuver of surrounding the village on 3 sides, as had been used 2 months earlier in the August attack on Wadi Fukin. 69 Palestinians were murdered, half of them women and children. 45 houses were blown up, along with the village water reservoir and school. 20 livestock were killed. The soldiers had advanced into the village, killing all civilians found in houses. House was dealt with, engineers blew it up, as the Arab Legion reported it, though in some cases it appeared that the victims had simply been forced to remain in their homes while they were bombed. The roads to Budrus and Shukba were mined, and both villages were shelled. UN observers who reached the scene about midnight reported that about 10 p.m. Israeli forces, estimated conservatively at 3 companies or 400 men, moved on the village of Kibiya. Forces used demolition bombs, Bangalore torpedoes, hand grenades, automatic weapons, and incendiary bombs. Persons attempting to escape were machine-gunned. 641. For Hutchison, it was difficult to describe the wanton destruction that had taken place. An Arab woman perched high on a pile of rubble. Here and there between the rocks you could see a tiny hand or foot protruding. The woman's stare was blank. She was sitting on the pile of rock that held the lifeless bodies of her 6 children. The bullet-riddled body of the husband lay face down in the dusty road behind her. 642. Sharon had obeyed Central Command's orders, which were to attack and temporarily to occupy the village, carry out destruction and maximum killing, in order to drive out the inhabitants of the village from their homes. Kibiya village, the morning of October 15, 1953, searching for bodies under the rubble of houses bombed by Israel Defense Forces during the night. Kibiya quickly became Israel's worst public relations scandal, and so in a special broadcast, Ben-Gurion, who had approved the operation, emphatically denied the false and fantastic tale that Israeli soldiers committed the massacre. We have examined the facts in detail, and can categorically state that not a single unit, not even the smallest, was absent from its barracks. Instead, addressing his nation and the world, Ben-Gurion framed Holocaust survivors for the slaughter. 643. As with previous attacks, Israel retroactively vilified the victims. Kibiya, Israeli media announced, was a nest of marauders. This, too, was a lie. The village had not once figured into the MAC files, or in any incident, since the armistice was signed 4.5 years earlier. When investigations by the American consulate and U.S. embassy contradicted Ben-Gurion, the Israeli foreign minister blamed the United States for a lack of friendship. The U.S., he charged, was encouraging Arab appetites. 644. The U.S., already alarmed by Israel's continued obstruction of UN personnel and refusal to suspend its illegal diversion of the Upper Jordan, described Israel's behavior as shocking and was so disturbed about a whole series of Israeli incidents along the Arab. This was short-lived. As Benny Morris described it, Israel then promptly and successfully mobilized the pro-Israel lobby in Washington, which caused U.S. officials to grow concerned about its effect on General Eisenhower's and the administration's political future. New York Mayor-elect Robert F. Wagner joined Zionist groups in smearing as anti-Semites anyone who called for an investigation into Kibbutz, while Ben-Gurion claimed persecution. "If it is difficult to be a Jew," he said in response to condemnation of the massacre, "then it is even more difficult to be a Jewish state." Ben-Gurion then linked this difficulty to something that happened 2,000 years ago in this very country, which the New York Times assumed to be a reference to the birth of Christ. 645. Israel made 2 attempts to counter outrage over Kibbutz with alleged anti-Israeli attacks, but the attacks had to be from the West Bank for the tactic to be effective. The first came 11 days later and was almost certainly staged. The second came 5 months later and was real, but doubtfully had anything to do with the West Bank, the so-called Scorpions Pass massacre. On the morning of October 25, an empty Israeli freight train was derailed by an explosive device. Immediately, Israel lodged a sharp protest against this new Jordanian aggression, and wanted Britain to reprove Jordan for this latest act of violence swift to react to the Kibbutz incident. The Israeli press stressed how fortunate it was that the infiltrators happened to hit an empty train rather than a crowded passenger train. The train bombing, however, was almost surely a false flag operation. There was no evidence to link it to the West Bank, and in the words of Ambassador Furlong, "We all here remain firmly of the opinion that the whole thing was a frame-up on the part of the Israelis, who staged it themselves." 646. Like Deir Yassin in 1948, Kibbutz may have been calculated to destroy any hope among Palestinians that they could ever regain normalcy as long as they were on land wanted by Israel. In Kibbutz's wake, Israel heightened the psychological terror by continuing military exercises with live ammunition right at the armistice line, stray bullets hitting Palestinian villages such as Budrus, all to the accompaniment of the LAF's menacing airspace violations. None of this was in response to any Jordanian action. The British ambassador to Israel, Francis Evans, suspected that Israel was also now encouraging Jewish settlers to attack Palestinians and then say they had no control over them, this foreshadowing settler attacks in the West Bank and East Jerusalem today. 647. It is unclear whether surveillance hiking teams, like those of the Mandate period, continued on a small scale. In late 1953, 3 Israeli men and 2 women were caught by Jordanian police, then killed when they attempted to escape. They carried maps, compasses, and army-type water bottles, but no identification papers. Israel claimed they were tourists en route to Petra, yet did not raise this incident with the MAC, nor explain why Israeli tourists would have thought they could roam freely through Jordan when the reverse would have meant an IDF execution on the spot. 648. Mount Scopus, which Israel was now arming by airdropping the weapons by parachute, flared to the fore again on the 1st of November. When a time bomb destroyed part of the 8-inch diameter pipe that was Arab Jerusalem's only water pipeline, Mount Scopus was where the tracks led UN observers until Israel blocked them from proceeding further. The British on the scene suspected that the sabotage was intended to provoke Palestinians to attack Mt. Scopus. 649. More raids filled the night of December 21 to 22. A party of about 4 Israelis blasted open door of house selected apparently at random and murdered women inside with automatic fire, murdered 2 unarmed Arabs running to the scene to help. 2 more homes were sprayed with bullets, but the occupants had escaped. Near Tarkamaya, a Bedouin village was attacked with Sten guns, submachine guns, and a grenade. Israel's balancing allegation came on December 28. It announced that an Arab had murdered an Israeli engaged in marking the demarcation line. A meeting was immediately arranged for 1700 hours at the scene of the alleged murder. The UN representative and the Jordanian delegate were present and waited 2 hours for the Israeli representative, who failed to come. The meeting was set again for the next day, but the UN and Jordanian representatives again waited in vain for the Israeli representative. At a MAC meeting on December 30, the Israeli representative, asked why he twice failed to show up at the meeting arranged to examine his own allegation, replied that he was both times unavoidably late. 650. The Scorpions Pass Massacre. 1954. The era's most infamous attack against Israeli civilians occurred on the night of March 16-17, 1954. An Israeli bus on an unscheduled run from Eilat to Tel Aviv was barbarously attacked while traveling through Scorpions Pass in the Negev. 11 people were murdered, 3 survived. Israel seized on the atrocity, as Hutchison put it, to wipe the Kibbutz massacre from the Israeli slate, but it could only do so if the murderers came from the West Bank or Jordan, rather than from Gaza or the southern Negev, as was far more likely. Israel, however, immediately insisted that the West Bank was to blame, and its military delegate handed Hutchison the names and locations of the culprits, with the odd instructions that it not be given to the MAC, claiming to doing so would delay the proceedings. Hutchison and Glubb nonetheless accommodated him and within a half-hour launched a massive search. Just before midnight, failing even to find anyone who recognized the names, they widened the scope. As they searched, Israel manufactured a media coup that would make the MAC look ridiculous unless the vote went to Israel, as Hutchison put it. The headline of the morning's Jerusalem Post and a second front-page article were fabrications, with fabricated citations, planted to create the fact that the murderers were from the West Bank, and that the MAC knew this. Now armed with the Israeli public's manufactured belief, Israel put intolerable pressure on the MAC chairman that a vote blaming Jordan be concluded immediately, without investigation. PM. Sherrod threatening the chairman that he would not like to see the press the following day if the commission did not do as instructed. Jordan, meanwhile, made available trackers, officers, and an airplane for the search, sent forces to the adjacent Jordanian area, and offered a large monetary reward for information. 651. No determination was immediately made by the MAC. All possibilities, including the West Bank, remained open. The MAC having failed to heed Israel's blackmail to frame the West Bank, Israel quit and launched a campaign of intimidation against Hutchison who, like de Ritter before him, soon needed a bodyguard. It blocked UN personnel and tracking dogs from circling the area of the crime, and when a solitary piece of evidence, a skull cap that fit the description given by one of the survivors, was discovered to the west of the crime scene, an Israeli watcher took it and planted it to the east, in order to implicate the West Bank. The CIA reported that there was no evidence to support the Israeli contention, and 4 independent sources cited a Black Hand gang, formed by Bedouin who had been the victims of Israeli violence, as the likely perpetrators. As with the murder of Lee Festinger, Israel's need to affix blame by way of political necessity, meant that the actual murderers must never be found. The Scorpions Pass massacre, like the murder of Lee Festinger, remains unsolved. 652. At about midnight on March 28 to 29, an Israeli force of about 200 men penetrated 3.5 kilometers east of the armistice line and attacked the West Bank village of Nahalin, killing 9 and wounding 14. Reminiscent of the Mandate gang's habit of targeting first responders, the soldiers hid a grenade and a prepared charge of TNT that blew up an Arab Legion vehicle rushing to the scene. UN investigators were there within 3 hours, but the Israeli representative failed to attend the MAC meeting called about the incident, despite several attempts to secure his participation. In a confidential memo from the British Consulate General in July 1954, Wickily voiced doubts regarding the sincerity of Israeli protestations for peace, until the boundaries of Israel have reached the Jordan. Have been strongly reinforced by the disgusting manner in which the United Nations Truce Supervision Organization is being treated by the Israel military authorities and in the Israel press. Far from pointing to a desire for peace, this can most easily be interpreted as an indication of a wish to stop unwelcome investigations which UN observers are constantly making, or trying to make, along the Israel frontier. The repeated Israeli requests for a peace meeting with Jordan are no more than a tactical maneuver aimed at the Security Council. 653. It is the deliberate intention of the Israelis, concluded British Light Colonel Gammon in reporting one of the continuing IDF mortar attacks on the West Bank, to provoke the Arab Legion into crossing the frontier in retaliation, and in this they may well succeed. U.S. intelligence as well continued its bleak assessment of Israeli intentions. 654. The Lavon Affair. When on July 2, 1954, bombs exploded inside the post office in Alexandria, the Egyptian government's ability to control terrorism was thrown into doubt. Whether the attacks were by the Muslim Brotherhood, as some claimed, or the communists, as others alleged, Egypt was obviously not stable, and the British, who were considering withdrawing their military from the region, now had second thoughts. Matters worsened 12 days later as bombs exploded inside U.S. cultural centers in both Alexandria and Cairo. The events bolstered Defense Minister Lavon's case when at a news conference on July 19 he warned that Israel must act aggressively to defend itself from its neighbors and, significantly, that Israel's borders should not be regarded as unchangeable. 655. On July 23, the Egyptian bombers targeted cinemas in Cairo and Alexandria, and a railroad yard in Alexandria. But then the nascent wave of terror abruptly ended, as one of the bombers neared the next target, the British-owned Rio Cinema in Alexandria. His device exploded prematurely. Soon, 13 men and 1 woman were in custody, charged with espionage and terrorism against Egyptian, American, and British civilian targets, including a cinema, library, and an American educational center. Egypt was now certainly foremost in Lavon's thoughts, because the suspects were neither communists nor Islamic radicals, but Jews and Israelis. The bombings by Israel's Unit 131, created in 1948 to conduct sabotage and black propaganda, were what the CIA called a sabotage operation against US and UK installations, a bungled false flag operation that soon became known by Lavon's name. 656. Egypt's arrests ignited charges of anti-Semitism. The political director of the World Jewish Congress warned the British government that he feared large-scale anti-Jewish campaigns in Egypt, and others warned of a wave of pogroms. Rabbi Nahum, chief rabbi of the Jewish communities in Egypt, responded with the following statement: "I consider it my duty to declare that there is no racial terror against our communities in Egypt. On the contrary, and especially under the present regime, the Egyptian authorities have repeatedly shown their sympathy for Egyptian Jews." 657. Much the same was reported by T.W. Garvey from the British Embassy in Cairo. Anti-Semitism as known in Europe had no real parallel in Egypt, and successive Egyptian governments, and this one in particular, made a special point of religious toleration. Nonetheless, the Israeli government pressured Britain to intervene to free the suspects and to mobilize the support of world opinion against the Egyptians. A guilty verdict, Israel warned, could provoke extremely violent reactions in Israel. The typical view of the Western public was that expressed by the Manchester Guardian: the accusations against the defendants were too outrageous to be plausible. What conceivable benefit could Israel have gained, it asked, from bombing American and British facilities? 658. Lavon's signature was allegedly forged on the orders authorizing the false flag operation, which was codenamed Operation Susanna. TNAF 0371/151273, declassified in September 2013, states that the head of military intelligence who submitted the plan to Lavon, Benjamin Givlai, was then Israel's military attaché in London. The document also records an alleged 1960 Israeli attempt to assassinate Egyptian President Nasser. The answer to that, however, soon became clear. In the blunt words of the CIA, Israel staged Arab bombings to embitter relations between Egypt and the West. Domestically, Israel used its strict news censorship to keep its denials credible, and did not admit the affair to its own citizens for a half-century. In 2005, it honored the operatives at a Jerusalem ceremony and bestowed certificates of appreciation upon 3 who were still alive. Israel's archives relating to the operation remain secret. 659. Israel was determined to get revenge, as Kolek put it, against Egypt for its execution of 2 of the Levant affair bombers. The pretexts came the following February 23 and 25, 1955, when maps and documents were stolen from an Israeli military facility, and a bicyclist was murdered near Tel Aviv, which Israel blamed on infiltrators from Gaza. With this scorecard in hand, Israel staged a brutal attack against Gazan civilians on February 28, the bloodiest against the coastal strip since the 1948 war. 660. Israel's pretexts failed to explain the massacre, and so Ben-Gurion concocted an official lie to quell the international condemnation. An Egyptian patrol, the news story went, had ambushed an IDF patrol inside Israeli territory, and so in self-defense the Israeli unit had chased the Arabs back into Gaza. The soldiers were ordered to repeat the story to UN observers if questioned. Privately, Sharad doubted that anyone would believe it, and he was correct. The pretense deceived no one and was at once abandoned, as the British embassy in Tel Aviv put it. For the first time, both the US and the USSR voted to censure Israel. 661. Israeli troops attacked Beit Lakia on the 1st of September, and on the 11th, the Sabbath, settlers from a Harut settlement just west of the line went up a hill and fired on 10 children 10 to 13 years of age who were swimming in a reservoir near Wadi Fukin, roughly 300 meters inside the West Bank. 2 boys were severely injured, one in the stomach, the other in the head. This was likely the settlers' own initiative, but Israel took no action against them. In the background, expulsions of non-Jews from Israel and frequent IAF violations continued. 662. When the U.S. ambassador approached Sharad about Israel's continued intransigence, he replied with the extraordinary statement that no Palestinian had been fully engaged in agriculture, and that therefore Israel had the right to keep the land. In a premonition of 1967, members of the Israeli delegation in Beirut told a British counterpart that Israel was preparing to attack the Arab states in order to expand its territory. The timing depended on preparing their armed forces, predicting the reaction of the US and UK, and then luring the Arab Legion to attack Israeli territory to provide pretext. 663. Syrian passenger plane hijacking. The morning after the trial for the Levant affair bombers began in Cairo, December 12, 1954, a Syrian passenger plane left Damascus on a routine, scheduled flight to Cairo. It flew west over Lebanon, and once it was well over the Mediterranean, it turned south. A U.S. businessman on board estimated that they were about 70 miles offshore when, without warning, Israeli fighter planes intercepted the aircraft and forced it to land in Lydda, an air piracy without precedent in the history of international practice, the State Department informed Sharad. Israel claimed that the plane was intercepted over its sovereign territory in Acre, roughly 60 kilometers south of where, according to the American witness, it crossed the coast on its westward course from Damascus. Common speculation at the time was that Israel wanted the passengers as hostages to secure the release of 5 Israeli soldiers whom Syria had just captured in the Golan Heights, changing batteries in Israeli bugs on Syrian telephone lines. 664. In December, a young Israeli man and woman infiltrated Jordan to the southeast of the Dead Sea. When by February 1955 they had failed to return, UN observers asked local Bedouins assistance. The UN/Bedouin team found their bodies, but no clue as to what had happened. 1955. In response, an Israeli military patrol penetrated 15 to 20 kilometers inside the West Bank, kidnapped 6 random Bedouin, brought them to the Israeli side and murdered 5 of them, 4 with knives, 1 with firearms. 1 was 16 years old. They sent the 6th back to announce that the 5 were executed in revenge for the 2 Israeli tourists. Israel gave wide publicity to the murder of the 2 yet, as before, inexplicably did not file a complaint with the MAC on which UN observers can initiate their normal investigations. Ben-Gurion prevented the soldiers from being tried for the Bedouins' murders, and Light Colrj Gammon speculated that this tactic, abduction of isolated peasants near the border and their subsequent murder on Israeli territory, was replacing the tactic of fewer, larger attacks on West Bank soil. 665. British plans to invade Israel and / or Egypt. British officials hoped never to have to make good on the defense treaty they maintained with Jordan, avoiding the issue by parsing words: was Israel attacking Jordan, or merely raiding it? The military nonetheless took the defense pact seriously, in part because a destabilized Jordan would invite Soviet intrigue. In early 1954, as the Levant operatives planned their bombings, the British developed secret plans to destroy the entire Israeli Air Force, as well as key Israeli military and communication installations, in order to stop Israeli aggression. In preparation, Britain moved one armored squadron, consisting of about 20 tanks and 100 men, from the Suez area to supplement its small garrison at Aqaba. 666. A summary of plans dated April 27, 1955 read: neutralize the Israeli Air Force using all the planned reinforcements and operating from the following bases: Nicosia, Abu Su'air, Fayed, Amman and Mafraq. Conduct operations against military targets in Israel, in particular centers of communications and oil installations. 667. Britain had been giving military aid to Israel even as it protested Israeli crimes and soul-searched its obligation to come to the West Bank's defense. Only in October 1953 did it acknowledge to itself that Israel's military strength was at least partly due to our assistance and speak of discontinuing that aid. 668. Military force was also being considered to stop Israeli aggression against Gaza, and Israeli maneuvers inside the UN's El Ajah demilitarized zone, a turtle shell-shaped area whose bottom was the Egyptian border. The area was in fact integral to Gaza and was supposed to be Palestinian, but what we know today as the Gaza Strip was all that remained after 1948. 669. In April 1955, the U.S. State Department advised the British Foreign Office that the UK should consider urgently what action we should be prepared to take if Israel made a deliberate attempt to alter her existing frontier with Egyptian-occupied territory. Gaza Strip, the we suggesting joint US-UK action against Israel. 4 months later, the Foreign Office indeed proposed enlisting the help of the United States in an attack on Israel to halt its aggression against Gaza. 670. By 1955, Israel was treating the DMZ as its sovereign territory. It built a military camp and planted minefields. Egypt had no such militarization of the DMZ nor claimed it as its territory. It had, however, placed cement markers in the south, indicating its view of the Egyptian DMZ border. After some back and forth, on November 2, Israeli soldiers took over the DMZ's UN compound and wiped out the Egyptian post, massacring about 50 Egyptians. Hoping to repeat its earlier success in commandeering Mt. Scopus, Israel forced out the UN peacekeepers, who continued their work as best they could from Gaza. 671. Finally, to create what the CIA called the rise in war fever, on December 27 all Israeli newspapers carried an alarming report inspired by the Israeli army, in the CIA's judgment that predicted a considerable increase in Arab military strength and warned of Israel's increasing vulnerability. Israel further inflamed the fever by moving our personnel and vehicles to the Negev for what it called maneuvers to 1956 be held in January or February 1956. All news was spun as bad news, when General Glub, long a thorn in Israel's side, was dismissed from his post in March. The Israeli press now warned that the threat to Israel, with Glub's departure, has increased ominously. 672. Ironically, the bungled Levant affair ultimately influenced the course of events roughly as intended if circuitously. Israel's massacre in Gaza on February 28, in retribution for Egypt's execution of 2 of the Levant terrorists, was the spark that ignited the Gazan powder keg that Israel had created what the CIA at the time called more than 200,000 Palestinian Arab refugees, deeply embittered and frustrated after more than 6 years in camps, and whom the United Nations had failed to protect against Israeli attacks. Gazan refugees rioted against the Egyptian regime for its inability to defend them. Nasser stopped secret peace talks he was holding with Israel. The British and Americans stopped their Project Alpha initiative to bring a lasting peace. Fedayeen groups formed and attacked southern Israel, and these in turn provided Israel's pretext for its next occupation of Gaza, in which hundreds more civilians were killed. Pressure on Nasser to purchase weapons heightened, and unable to buy them from the US, he concluded an arms deal with Czechoslovakia. It is no flight of fancy, Britain's ambassador in Israel observed in 1956, to suggest that Israel, by her attack on Gaza in February, was herself responsible for Egypt's decision in August to accept communist arms. The US feared Soviet influence in the region and was furious at Nasser. His hopes for a US loan to build a high dam at Aswan now looked all but dead, contributing to his decision to nationalize the Suez Canal. When on July 26, 1956, Nasser announced this move, he sealed his fate. His relationship with the West was poisoned, and regime change was the solution. PM Eden looked to military action to oust him. 673. Thus Britain, instead of attacking Israel to defend Jordan or Egypt, joined with Israel and France against Egypt in Operation Musketeer, creating the war known as the Suez Crisis. Yet Britain's seemingly antithetical options, destroying Israel's military, versus joining forces with it against Egypt, were kept alive simultaneously. These remarkable instructions were written by the Chiefs of Staff Committee. If these operations are ordered while Musketeer is still held in readiness, they will take priority, and consequent delay to Musketeer will be accepted. 674. Musketeer was to be launched on September 15 but was postponed due to political factors, while top British military figures continued to discuss logistics and circulate plans for a British attack on Israel. If the attack against Israel was commenced, squadrons in Malta, Germany, and Cyprus that were in place for Musketeer would be. Nor the opposite, if Musketeer were launched, Britain might still attack Israel afterwards. The seemingly irreconcilable contradiction is caught in this instruction from the Ministry of Defense on October 18, a scant 11 days before Israel invaded Egypt in Step 1 of Musketeer. We are advising ministers that once Musketeer is launched we should avoid all hostilities with Israel until after Egypt had capitulated or until we could dispose our maximum air effort against Israel. 676. Among the many twists that the British had to weigh was the possibility that during Musketeer, Jordan were to support Egypt. Britain would then be obligated to attack Jordan. At the same time it was preparing to attack Israel in defense of Jordan once its British-Israeli-French invasion of Egypt was concluded. And since both the British and the French had bases in Cyprus used for Musketeer, a British post-Musketeer attack on Israel could mean that the French would be hit as well as the British by Israel. 677. Meanwhile, Israel's harassing airspace violations by its military planes continued, as did its ground incursions. About 20 Palestinians were killed in a raid on Hebron on September 11, and about 90 lay dead after an assault against Qalqilia on the night of October 10. But renewed Jordanian requests for British protection following the Qalqilia attack were moot. The collusion among Israel, France, and Britain was formalized in the secret Protocol of Sèvres between October 22 and 24. 2 days later, on the 26th, British Ambassador J. Nichols was meeting with Ben-Gurion, nervous that rumors of the deal were far more dangerous to us than to Israel. On October 29, Israel invaded Egypt. Musketeer had begun. 678. Kafr Qasim. This first move in the new conspiracy to destabilize Egypt was accompanied by one of the better documented Israeli massacres against non-Jews within Israel. Israel had maintained a 6 p.m. curfew on the village of Kafr Qasim, but that day decided to make it earlier because of the invasion of Egypt. At 4:45 p.m. the villagers were informed that the curfew was now 5 o'clock, effective immediately. Many of the villagers were out in the fields and could not possibly be informed of the change and be back in 15 minutes. Over the next hour, 22 children aged 8 to 17, 6 women, and 19 men were shot dead by Israeli soldiers as they returned home from the day's labor. Post-Suez. After the Suez Crisis, Israeli forces remained in Gaza and began the large-scale execution of civilians and soldiers. According to the UN's figures, Within the first 3 weeks of its occupation of Gaza, the Israeli military killed 447 to 550 civilians in cold blood and for no apparent reason, in the words of the head of the Egyptian-Israeli Mixed Armistice Commission. Between 49 and 100 more refugees were killed when Israel seized Rafah in the first 2 days of November, and a few hundred people, about half of whom were refugees from 1948, were executed by Israeli troops upon capturing Khan Yunis on November 3, 1957 plus. When Israel cited Palestinian Fedayeen activity to justify its occupation and assault on Gaza, the U.S. Eisenhower administration derided Israel's explanation. In response, the Jerusalem Post, which the CIA considered to reflect the voice of the government, accused the United States of being singularly unfriendly, a crystallization of policy against Israel. Israel used the attack against Egypt to seize the Sinai, which it intended to annex. For Eisenhower, the celebrated general of World War II, Israel had finally gone too far. He threatened to stop U.S. underwriting of Israel if it refused to vacate the Sinai, and unlike all such U.S. threats before and after, this one time, this one president did not back down. Privately, administration figures like Secretary of State Dulles were warning that Israel was effectively running U.S. foreign policy. The pressure on Eisenhower to yield to Israel was so great that on February 20, 1957, he appeared on national television to explain what in any other situation would not need explanation, why a nation should not be permitted to seize and annex land by force of arms, or to impose conditions on its own withdrawal. Ben-Gurion stood fast as well, telling the world that Eisenhower's demands place me under great moral pressure, as a man and a Jew, the pressure of the justice for which my people were fighting. Israel, Ben-Gurion suggested, was the victim of discrimination because we are few, weak, and perhaps isolated. Ultimately, with face-saving diplomacy, Israel withdrew. 679. From Suez to Oslo. Suez was big news because it was action. The suffocating chokehold under which Israel has held Palestinians since 1948 is instead static, and thus falsely interpreted as peace by the outside world. It is normalized violence festering until Israel's next major move. That came a decade after Suez. With the Six-Day War of 1967, Israel seized the rest of Palestine and ethnically cleansed 300,000 more of its people, all with the same impunity as in 1948. No informed person was surprised by this. The conquest of river to sea was always Israel's plan, simply a matter of the right opportunity. Nor was it unexpected that Israel again exploited the Old Testament and Judaism to depict the crime as not merely heroic, but messianic. Israel's assault on the United States SS Liberty was different. On the fourth day of the war, Israel launched a sustained attack on the U.S. vessel in international waters, killing 34 U.S. citizens and wounding 171. Though much has been written about the Liberty incident, in the absence of a formal congressional inquiry, I defer to a 2004 report to Congress by an independent committee of high-ranking U.S. military figures. They concluded that there is compelling evidence that Israel's attack was a deliberate attempt to destroy an American ship and kill her entire crew, the only instance in American naval history where a rescue mission was cancelled when an American ship was under attack. Due to the influence of Israel's powerful supporters in the United States, the White House deliberately covered up the facts of this attack from the American people. This attack remains the only serious naval incident that has never been thoroughly investigated by Congress, the official cover-up without precedent in American naval history. For full text and signatories, Congressional Rec. Vol. 150, number 130. The reason for the attack is disputed, but theories fall into one or both of two categories. 1. Akin to Israel's downing of British planes in January 1949, was to prevent snooping into its activities. The other is that it was to appear as an attack by Egypt, a Levinesque false flag attempt to bring the U.S. into the war. Whatever the reason, the Johnson administration accepted the Israeli explanation that the attack was an error, that despite repeated aerial surveillance of the ship, its military attacked the Liberty for 2 hours by both air and sea, thinking it was an Egyptian vessel. 24 years later, the Secretary of State at the time of the attack, Dean Rusk, wrote of Israel's error claim, "I didn't believe them then, and I don't believe them to this day." Nor does the error theory explain why Rusk's boss recalled rescue aircraft minutes after being dispatched. That U.S. military assistance for the stricken Liberty and its injured survivors was 40 minutes away, but the Johnson administration instead left them abandoned in the crippled vessel for 17 hours. 680. As the Liberty survivors were sidelined, Israel treated the newly occupied lands as its own. After the new ethnic cleansing, it segregated those who remained into 3 Bantustans it itself created: Gaza, the West Bank, and East Jerusalem, and assigned identification cards accordingly. There was a pecking order: what Israel treated as akin to heaven, purgatory, and hell: East Jerusalem, the West Bank, and Gaza. The ethnic purification of East Jerusalem was at the top of Israel's priorities. Non-Jewish historic sites were razed, and a minefield of race laws began evicting non-Jewish Jerusalemites to the West Bank. If parents were assigned different IDs, the spouse with the Jerusalem ID would have to self-ethnically cleanse to the West Bank, else live apart, leading to the breakup of families. The determination for non-Jews with Jerusalem IDs to remain in the city was strong, not just because it was their home, but because Israel's determination to ethnically cleanse it was obvious. East Jerusalem is part of the West Bank according to the armistice. Gaza is physically separated from the West Bank, but this is the result of Israeli expropriation of Palestinian land in 1948. Legally, it remains part of a single Palestinian territory. Using these as 3 distinct geopolitical entities was an Israeli construct. Gaza was the basement with a one-way door. Anyone T had assigned a Gaza ID caught in the West Bank was arrested and forced into the enclave, permanently severed from the life he had known. After the 1967 war, more UN resolutions, now pale ghosts of their 1948 to 1949 ancestors, were passed and ignored. The stranglehold on Palestine and Palestinians tightened, and the violent, static peace returned once more. The temporary 1949 armistice line, orphaning more than half of the Palestinian side of partition to Israel, became the so-called 1967 borders. When in 1980 Israel announced that it had formally annexed East Jerusalem, explicit Security Council resolutions condemned the move and, fully aware of Israel's history, warned that its obvious rush to create two fait accompli by new facts on the ground would be in vain. But Israel ignored the UN ultimatum about ignoring UN ultimatums, and these resolutions as well quickly joined the graveyard of their ancestors. And therein lies the irony of successive international demands on Israel: Israel is rewarded for its crimes. Rather than being held to account, every new aggression is met with weaker demands than the previous unenforced rulings. With each newly emasculated ruling, their impotent predecessors are forgotten, giving Israel the difference. The clock is restarted regarding non-compliance, until the next, ever weaker and unenforced ruling incrementally lowers the bar of what is, feudally, demanded of the state. A half-century of Israeli intransigence was the starting point for the Trojan horse known as the Oslo Accords, sold as the basis for negotiations to lead to two states. Yet Oslo proved to be another windfall for Israel, as it exploited the Accords' provision for semi-legitimacy in the West Bank to further its river-to-sea annexation, cementing apartheid as the nature of the state itself. Even Oslo's creation of the Palestinian Authority, sold as an embryonic government toward a never-defined Palestinian state, ultimately serves Israel. It acts as a fig leaf to hide Israeli apartheid by serving to explain why non-Jews in the occupied lands cannot vote in Israeli elections. It is Israel's subcontractor for day-to-day affairs and political repression, keeping Israel's hands clean of both. And it is an additional source of money for Israel, since foreign aid to the PA merely saves Israel the expense of its own occupation, an economic windfall on top of its exploitation of Palestinian trade, taxes, tourism, and resources. 681. Over the decades to the present, the circumstances and personalities changes, but the psyche and inertia of a settler movement determined to regain an imagined, ethnically pure land to which it claims messianic entitlement, remains ever constant. Postscript, what now? The previous chapters document the Zionist movement's imposition of European ethnic nationalism upon the land and people of Palestine, cloaked in mythology and narrative. History would be a pointless exercise, an abdication of responsibility, if after a conscientious examination of the evidence we feign moral neutrality over what it tells us. And so, having done my best in the previous pages to document what happened to Palestine and why it happened, the question is, what now? How do we make this history, history? We must begin by acknowledging that we, the so-called West, the USA, the UK, Europe, Australia, Canada, are not mere observers. After defeating fascism in Europe 8 decades ago, we nurtured and defended Israel's own brand of blood and soil nationalism. We then knowingly misdiagnosed the resulting catastrophe as a conflict, and have ever since knowingly misprescribed a peace process as the cure. Conflict and peace process assume a dispute between two empowered sides, each with grievances and bargaining chips. Ethnic cleansing, apartheid, and the acquisition of territory by force are not disagreements to be mediated. They are crimes to be stopped. Israel has always held all the power, militarily, politically, and of the narrative. Palestinians have no army to defend their land, no navy to defend their waters, no air force to defend their skies. Palestinians have nothing to leverage, no chips to bargain away. Nothing with which to negotiate, not even a true elected government to represent them. Perhaps the most powerful part of the misdiagnosis in terms of public understanding is the seemingly ubiquitous juxtaposition of Israel versus the Palestinians or versus the Arabs. This is so well ingrained in society that it is repeated endlessly without any thought, but what it tells us is false. The reason Israel holds millions of human beings under various levels of apartheid, the reason it keeps millions more languishing in refugee camps, is not that they are Palestinian, not that they are Arab. It is, rather, strictly because they are not Jewish. If they were Jewish, whether Palestinian or Arab or anything else, they would be welcomed and given a generous subsidy to move in from whatever part of the world they live and take over a house whose owner was expelled because he is not Jewish. Nothing in the history of Zionism, of the Israeli state, or the so-called conflict can be understood divorced from this. By framing the dispute in terms of Israel vs the Palestinians, and 1967 borders vs settlements, we are led to envision some sort of political squabble, an endlessly complicated border dispute which the Palestinians are endlessly unwilling to settle. This misdiagnosis nurtures another myth, the idea of a cycle of violence. The violence in Israel-Palestine is linear, not cyclical. Israel's territorial expansion and ethnic cleansing are the forward violence, not the result of a cycle, and continue no matter what the Palestinians do in response to it. Finally, our misdiagnosis suggests that the nature of the disease is occupation. Leaving aside that the word is tossed about without a clue as to what those invoking it mean geographically, the word is a distraction, conveying little of the actual nature of the disease. Occupation is of course territorial, a strategy toward confiscating all of Palestine. But Israel's occupation of Palestine is also an occupation of the people themselves. As Palestinians live it, the occupation is there to dehumanize you, to erase you and subsume your cultural iconography as its own. It is to suffocate your achievement at every turn, to break your will and. This occupation decides whether your children may pursue their dreams, whether a musician may perform or an athlete may compete. It decides whether it will block your child from accepting the scholarship he was awarded at the prestigious university abroad. It decides whether you will visit your family, and whether you will marry the person you love. It, not you, decides what of your own history you can be taught, and who may enter and leave your country. It can, and has, calculated just how much caloric intake will keep you dependent and compromised but not visibly starving. It alone decides what aspects of your life it will decide. 682. This thing called the occupation decides whether you or your loved one will receive cancer treatment. It decides whether you may see your sick parent or spouse or child before he dies. After it decides no, it decides whether you will attend the funeral. Israel's occupation means that you are powerless to protect your family. At its own pleasure, it will invade your home at 4 in the morning, trash it and march your child off to some undisclosed dungeon. It blows up your family house, makes you pay it for the trouble, and has the media parrot its story explaining why. To know the word occupation as Palestinians live it, you must come to fear that which a free person would most cherish. It is to fear that your child might grow up with enough self-dignity as to stand up for her or his rights. It is to fear this because you know that he might be shot dead for it in a raid on the refugee camp the lords of this occupation have put you in. It is to wonder if the soldier that violates your home at will is the one living in your own home, the home that you have never seen because you, too, were born in the camp. Occupation as Palestinians live it is to know that if in self-defense under international law you capture and humanely treat that invading soldier, the occupation would have it spun it as an act of terror. Occupation is also to know that you and the several thousand civilians, like you languishing in Israeli prisons, hundreds of children among you, instead serve to prove the existential threat that is Israel's ever-present narrative. Kidnapped on Palestinian land, many tortured and held indefinitely without charge, your very imprisonment is proof that you are to blame. The more in prison, the more the proof. Thus what we call the Israeli occupation of Palestine is in truth the crime of genocide, as defined by the UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, a definition endorsed by the United States Holocaust Museum, among others. In an effort to bring their plight to the world's attention through an act of nonviolent protest, Palestinians in Gaza organized a great march of return, killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, approved and proposed for signature and ratification or accession by General Assembly Resolution 260A of December 9, 1948, entry into force, January 12, 1951, in accordance with Article 13. In order to be accepted by the UN, and above all by any measure that would be applied anywhere else, and the single reason Israel kills them is the single reason Israel locked them up in Gaza 3/4 of a century ago, because they are anything other than Jewish. That Israel presents them to the world as a threat is Israel's own doing. The Jewish state? But Israel insulates itself with the most powerful weapon in its arsenal, its hijacking of Jewish identity, codified through its unassailable brand Israel and mantra the Jewish state. By marketing itself as the regeneration of the otherworldly Israel born in Western civilization's core creation text, state plus Jews become synonymous, enabling Israel to spin criticism of its crimes not just as an attack on Jews, but an attack on our collective cultural womb. We are told that there are many states with religion-based associations: Christian states, Muslim states, Buddhist states, Hindu states, and that Israel is the only Jewish state. The inference of this claim, that Israel is just like other nations with state religions, is absurd, and the difference is fundamental. First, Israel has no state religion, Judaism or otherwise. Israel, rather, has a state race, what it treats, defines, and exploits in racial terms. That, not religion or even cultural tradition, is Israel's meaning of the Jewish state. Secondly, for states with an official religion, that officialness extends to their borders and stops. Such states neither claim exclusivity on the religion, nor to have any claim on co-religionist citizens of other countries. Israel is the opposite. Israel is the only Jewish state not in the sense that there happen to be no others, but because by Israel's construct there can be no other. Its claim over Jews is global, it claims to be /Jewish state, not simply a Jewish state. This nation-state adaptation of tribalism, in which the state is part of the DNA of an ethnic identity, bears no relation to states with a national religion, and is unknown in the modern world, with two exceptions, Israel, and common bigots. Everyday racists blame individuals by virtue of perceived synonymity with some ethnicity or nationality or type. Thus, as but one example, during the spread of COVID-19 in the United States, Asian-looking people were attacked because the virus came from China. They caused COVID. Israel does precisely this to Jews, but in reverse, in order to use Jews as a human shield. Just as the bigot made Asian-looking people into China, Israel made Jews into it. What Israel does, the Jews did, and so to accuse Israel is to libel Jews as Jews, that is, anti-Semitism. Israel thus wields the triptych the Jewish state as a talisman. Other states may deflect criticism of their crimes by hiding behind the flag, accusing dissenting citizens of being unpatriotic to the state. Israel instead hides behind the ethnicity, free of borders, accusing dissenting voices anywhere of being traitorous to the ethnicity. If this is Israel's most powerful weapon, it is also its Achilles heel, Zionism's fatal flaw, and in my view will ultimately cause Zionism to fail of its own accord. Traditional anti-Semitism, for all its horrors, is powerless to harm the integrity of Jews or Judaism, powerless to make its libels true. Israel and Zionism, if we accept them at their word, succeed. If we accept their claims on Jewish identity, then we are the common racist blaming Jews, because they are Jews. Israel's defenders, meanwhile, tolerate and even celebrate true anti-Jewish bigots, because they are invariably avid supporters of Zionism and the state and are invariably critics of Israel's critics. This is all the more tragic given the rise in neo-fascism and the true threat it poses against Jews and anyone else perceived as an other, that Zionism excuses if not supports. The dependence on a never-ending existential threat. The Gaza Strip best illustrates Israel's dependence on an ever-assured perceived threat. In response to Israel's siege and attacks, Hamas and fringe groups launch rockets over the armistice line, usually toward Israeli towns like Sderot, but occasionally reaching further. Western media reverse cause and effect, and depict Israel's siege as though it were the Caspian gates keeping out the barbarian hordes. The siege of Gaza began in 1948, 58 years before the 2006 election of Hamas, which Israel now uses to justify it. It served then the same singular purpose it serves today, to block people of the wrong ethnicity from returning home. Although to the eye the Gaza fence seems benign compared to the towering cement wall in parts of the West Bank, it is far more impenetrable and deadly. Israeli snipers and militarized remote-controlled towers murder on sight any in Gaza who approach it, so that a wide swatch of Gaza's best farmland lies barren, a death trap. Similarly on the west, Gazan fishermen are attacked by Israeli patrols if they attempt to reach Gaza's most fertile fishing grounds, while the nearer waters are contaminated by sewage as a result of Israel's destruction of Gaza's sewage treatment plants and blocking of their repair. Israel's sponsor states hear little about this, but when in response, Hamas or fringe groups fire rockets over the armistice line, it is reported as an unprovoked attack against which Israel has the right to respond. On the day of the 2008 U.S. presidential election, Israel launched an unprovoked attack against Gaza, the date chosen to ensure that the attack would be off the Western news radar. After Israel received in exchange what it wanted, rockets fired over the armistice line, it announced the Palestinian terror attack to the world and defended itself by killing about 1,400 of the very people it holds captive in the enclave, and wounding thousands more. In the wake of this so-called caste lead operation, Israel left behind precisely what its siege is allegedly in place to prevent, a vast stockpile of explosives inside Gaza, in the form of its own unexploded ordnance. For the UN and bomb disposal organizations, this was an emergency. Children happening upon them may be blown up, and the live mines, bombs, and unspent white phosphorus were there for the taking. Yet for 14 months, Israel steadfastly blocked UN bomb experts from neutralizing this huge stockpile of explosive devices. Chapter 9 Postscript, What now? 371. A child plays amidst destruction in the southern Gaza Strip following Israel's cast-lead attacks, 2009. That Israel itself put there. It did not merely do nothing, but actively prevented their destruction, ensuring that they would be taken by Hamas and, more dangerously for Israel, fringe groups as, of course, happened. Even after Israel's interference landed the first batch of bombs into Hamas' hands, it still blocked bomb disposal personnel from rendering the materials harmless. Nor did it relent when 5 more tons of its UXOs disappeared into the hands of unidentified militant groups. And so it was as if scripted when white phosphorus, which had burned people alive when it rained down on Gaza from Israeli aircraft, was now blasted by the militants over the armistice line. Terrorists fired 2 phosphorus shells into Israel, as the Jerusalem Post headline read. For the BBC, for the NEV, York Times, for Haaretz, not even this Machiavellian episode of manufactured threat elicited any hint of journalistic curiosity. When, 14 months after cast lead, Israel finally stopped blocking the UN Mine Action Service and related organizations from destroying whatever UXOs remained, their readers were given the impression that the bomb disposal agencies somehow just hadn't gotten around to the job, but it was now undertaken at Israel's initiative for the benefit of the people of Palestine. 683. The summer of 2014 was twice as barbaric as cast lead. Called Protective Edge, it caused roughly the same human carnage as the 9/11 terror attack in the United States. The 9/11 attacks have become iconic of evil itself as well they should, yet this massacre, the justification for which was as obscene as that of the 9/11 terrorists, was applauded by the U.S. Congress. 684. And so, the question, what now? Israel controls the lives of the 12 million people in historic Palestine, from the Jordan River to the coastal waters of the Mediterranean Sea. It also dictates the lives of millions more in Jordan, Lebanon, and Syria, who languish in 68 refugee camps so that Israel can pursue its goal of ethnic purity. Israel has been given 7 decades of opportunity to demonstrate that it is a responsible state. It is time to say it. Israel is a failed experiment toward an illegitimate end, not merely a state in need of reform. The problem won't be fixed simply by rewinding to 1990s Oslo or to June 1967 or May 1948. It will be fixed only by acknowledging the truth of all that has happened since 1917, and by canceling the apartheid and the ethnic cleansing the UN set in motion under Zionist and US pressure in November 1947. Apartheid must give way to what the UN would have decreed in 1947 had it honored its own principles, a single state of all its people, rooted in secularism, democracy, equality. All people river to sea must be equal citizens in a shared society, including Israel's Jewish citizens, all of whom had since 1948 enjoyed institutional racial privilege. Above all, equality by definition means the absolute right of all refugees to return. Apartheid has not ended if its foremost victims are now told that equality does not apply to them since, precisely due to that apartheid, they are not physically present, while the people who ethnically cleansed them, remain. 2. Israel was born by the wholesale hijacking of Palestine. It wasn't just the land itself, it was uncountable Palestinian businesses, orchards, assets, factories, homes, schools, villas, hospitals, equipment, industries, and export trades, all stolen by Israel and its settlers. What we call the Israeli state was an entire, intact country. The Zionists simply hung their own shingle on its door. 685. Yet our nations, while claiming to be the beacons of enlightened values and democracy, treat the idea of democracy and equality in Israel-Palestine as radical, unthinkable even, yes, anti-Semitic. Israel's sponsor states repress us, their own citizenry, in its service. In Europe, in the United Kingdom, the United States, Canada, and Australia, a state of fear on the subject permeates society, academia, and well beyond. This fear extracts obedience from anyone whose life situation or livelihood could be destroyed, as the fate of those who disobey invariably demonstrates. Most insidiously, we have been taught to self-censor on behalf of Israel, because self-censorship leaves no trace. The United States gives nearly $4 billion a year to Israel. Yet the economic drain pales next to the pro-Israel repression the U.S. imposes on U.S. citizens. Anti-boycott loyalty oaths to Israel are mandatory in many states for work or services involving the state. School teachers, newspapers, and ordinary businesses have been forced to sign these pledges, and after a devastating hurricane at Texas City, following state law, required residents seeking government disaster relief to sign a loyalty pledge to Israel. 1.686. One hardly need point out how extraordinary, how surreal this is. That we as a nation have not been shocked by it and demanded that it end is our failing. We cannot blame Israel whatever the reason for our self-harm on Israel's behalf. No amount of Israeli lobbying or political strong-arming can actually force us to comply. Like the Palestinians in the West Bank, we in Israel's benefactor nations live behind a towering Israeli wall. But whereas the West Bank wall is of cement, our wall is a towering vacuum keeping out the truth of what is being done in our name and with our money, our political power, and our moral integrity. Israel cannot stop us from tearing it down. One state of all its people, with a warm welcome home for the refugees, would finally make this book and all like it, history. Tom Suarez, January 2022.